The House will come to order. The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, who moves the House adjourned from the session of January 7, 2026. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is adjourned. The House will attend to a prayer by guest chaplain Reverend Jean Beniste, rector of St. Paul's Episcopal Church in Concord.
Good morning and Happy New Year to everyone. I'm glad to be here with you another time, and I am Father Jean Beniste. I am the rector of St. Paul Episcopal Church, your neighbors. And just a little bit about St. Paul's Church. You know, as a church in the community, we are for the community with our doors open for all people to come, as especially I want to tell you, while you are here, if you feel you want to take some quiet time, some time for yourself, the door's always open for you, welcome. And I'm glad to be here with you, to lead you in devotion as we start this new session. Holy and gracious presence, source of all wisdom and life, known by many names and honored through many traditions and languages. Today we pause and bow before you at the opening of this session to seek your guidance. We ask that your spirit of wisdom and truth be present in this chamber. Grant each of us clarity of mind, integrity of heart, and the courage to act for the good of all. May we listen with humility, speak with respect, and remember the sacred dignity of every person we serve. In moments of challenge, grant us patience. In moments of decision, grant us discernment. May justice, compassion, and a commitment to the common good guide every action taken here. With gratitude for this responsibility and trust and divine guidance, we offer this prayer in your holy name. Thank you.
The chair recognizes a member from Laconia, Representative Charlie St. Clair, who will lead us in a Pledge of Allegiance. The chair now recognizes Emily Ann Bridges of Rye, who will now sing our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting
The House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Aldrich, D.D. Poulin, England, Foote, Gibbs, Manahar, Morency, Mary Murphy, Beth Richards, Roy, Slotje, Sorensen, Tenzar. The day, important business, Representatives Alayward, Comtois, Harrington, Nab, Malone, Michael Murphy, Panic, Schmidt, Trottier, Weinstein. The day, illness in the family, Representatives Kreider and Minor.
These leaves of absence shall be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. The House will attend to the introduction of guests.
Mr. Speaker, please welcome Adam and Aria Schran, guests of Representative St. Clair. Nina Parrott, guest of Representative Groda. Chris Einberg, guest of Representatives Birch and Harvey. Colonel Eric Power, U.S. Air Force retired, husband of Representative Power. They are with us in the gallery today.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. The chair recognizes the clerk for a special event.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Secretary of State, the Honorable David M. Scanlon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. I'm honored and very excited to be here today to make a presentation commemorating the 250th anniversary of New Hampshire passing its first Constitution. 250 years ago, your predecessors convened a number of times in a colonial Congress and formed a new government, a citizens-based government, self-governance, and it is, they lit the torch to make that happen. And all of you today continue to carry that torch of that citizen governance, something that has lasted 250 years. So before we get into the presentation, I would just like to let you know that we have the original manuscript recently restored of that Constitution that was passed on January 5th, 1776. Along with that, we have the waistcoat of Josiah Bartlett, who all of you know is a signature of the Declaration of Independence, but was a key player in all of the events that were happening in the colony of New Hampshire at the time. And then there's also a letter in the case from George Washington to the state of New Hampshire. So enjoy that display. It's going to be in the chamber for the day, and then it's going to be on display in the visitor center for a couple of weeks afterwards. So if you have family and guests that would also like to see it, make sure that they do. And then in addition to that, there's a program that hopefully you have received. If not, you'll be receiving it shortly. And then the commemorative pin that goes along with that. So with that, I would like to introduce our state archivist, Ashley Miller, who is going to briefly describe what the conditions were like, what the atmosphere was like 250 years ago that created this event. So Ashley?
Good morning. Thank you, everyone. 250 years ago, on January 5th, 1776, the people of New Hampshire took a step that forever changed the course of American history. In the midst of uncertainty, conflict, and revolution, they did something extraordinary. They created their own constitution. In doing so, New Hampshire became the first colony to establish a government independent of British rule. This bold and deliberate act was not only a response to crisis, it was a declaration of principle, a commitment to self-government, and a powerful statement of faith in the people. By the latter part of 1775, New Hampshire's colonial government had effectively collapsed. Royal Governor John Wentworth, a loyal servant of the Crown, had worked to maintain British authority in the colony even as public resistance grew stronger. His enforcement of unpopular royal policies, including those that led to the Pine Tree Riot, combined with his increasing reliance on British military power to suppress dissent, alienated many New Hampshire events clear that the governor no longer held the confidence or the consent of the governed. As tensions escalated, Wentworth dissolved the Colonial Assembly and in June of 1775 fled New Hampshire to seek protection from the British military. His departure left the colony without any recognized civil authority. Courts could not function, laws could not be enforced, everyday governance ground to a halt. At a time when stability was desperately needed, New Hampshire found itself without a government at all. Yet rather than descend into chaos, the people of New Hampshire acted with remarkable resolve. Through the Provincial Congress, an assembly chosen by towns across the colony, leaders gathered to confront an urgent question. How could order, justice, and liberty be preserved without a king or royal governor? Their answer was revolutionary in both spirit and structure. On January 5th, 1776, the Provincial Congress adopted a constitution that placed governing power firmly in the hands of the people. New Hampshire's action did not occur in isolation. News of this constitution spread beyond its borders, offering both inspiration and proof to other colonies that independence was not merely an abstract ideal, but a workable reality. 6 months later, the Continental Congress would adopt the Declaration of Independence, but New Hampshire had already shown what independence could look like in practice. As we commemorate this 250th anniversary, we honor more than a document. We honor the courage of ordinary people, farmers, merchants, artisans, and town leaders, who understood that liberty requires responsibility, participation, and the rule of law. They did not wait for permission to govern themselves. They stepped forward, trusted one another, and built a government grounded in consent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ashley. Next up is going to be former State Representative and Speaker of the House, Steve Shurtleff, who is here today in period costume, and he is going to read excerpts from the actual Constitution of 1776.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. We, the members of the Congress of the Colony of New Hampshire, chosen and appointed by the free suffrages of the people of said colony, and authorized and empowered by them to meet together and use such means and pursue such measures as we should judge best for the public good, and in particular, to establish a form of government provided that measure should be recommended by the Continental Congress. And a recommendation to that purpose, having been transmitted to us from said Congress, have taken into our serious consideration the unhappy circumstances into which this colony is involved by means of many grievous and oppressive acts of the British Parliament, depriving us of our natural and constitutional rights and privileges to enforce obedience, to which acts a powerful fleet and an army have been sent to this country by the Ministry of Great Britain, who have exercised a wanton and cruel abuse of their power in destroying the lives and properties of the colonists, in many places by fire and sword, taking the ships and the laden from many of the honest and industrious inhabitants of this colony employed in commerce, agreeable to the laws and customs a long time used here. The sudden and abrupt departure of His Excellency John Wentworth, Esquire, our late governor, and several of the council, leaving us destitute of legislation and no executive courts being open to punish criminal offenders, whereby the lives and properties of the honest people of this colony are liable to the machinations and evil designs of wicked men. Therefore, for the preservation of peace and good order, and for the security of the lives and properties of the inhabitants of this colony, we conceive ourselves reduced to the necessity of establishing a form of government to continue during the present and unhappy, unnatural contest with Great Britain, protesting and declaring that we never sought to throw off our dependence upon Great Britain, but felt ourselves happy under her protection, while we could enjoy our constitutional rights and privileges, and that we shall rejoice if such a reconciliation between us and our parent state can be effected, as shall be approved by the Continental Congress, in whose prudence and wisdom we confide. I thank you.
So that document then went on to describe what was a temporary form of government. It created the House of Representatives overseen by a speaker, and it created a council that was overseen by a president. And then in 1784, New Hampshire refined its constitution and really created the government that we're still involved with today. A very large state legislature, a Senate, a governor with a check of an executive council, and the whole idea that goes from that time period to today is that the power of government should be spread as broadly across the citizen population as is reasonably possible. So with that, that concludes our presentation, and let's all look forward to another 250 years of citizen government.
Just so everybody knows, the pamphlets are in your seat pockets and the pins are in your mailboxes. The House will now attend to the continuation of the regular calendar, beginning with House Bill 365 FN from the Committee on Finance. Don't forget to turn on your voting stations. The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 365 FN, an act relative to proof of the United States citizenship for... It's awful noisy, and we're just starting. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Joe Sweeney for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved as inexpedient to legislate. Representative David Priest for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 2994H, printed in House Record 51, page 82. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The motion before us now is ought to pass with amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Priest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the motion to ought to pass with the amendment, HB 365, not because of the goal of election integrity is wrong, but because this body is being asked to approve a bill that is not ready for this time. HB 365 raises serious unanswered questions. First, the bill contains no defined process of how reimbursements would actually work. There is no clear mechanism for how the Secretary of State would remit document cost, no guidance for how municipal clerks would submit vouchers, and no timeline for reimbursements. Passing a bill without an operational framework is not careful legislating. It is hopeful guesswork that shifts risk to our cities and towns. Second, HB 365 replaces a system that already works. New Hampshire's affidavit process, effective and time-tested. It preserves access to the ballot while protecting election integrity. This bill discards the proven system and substitutes a convoluted administrative system that requires new training, new paperwork, and new compliance burdens, all without evidence that the current system is broken. Third, HB 365 forces citizens to disclose personal financial hardship in order to vote. That is not who we are in New Hampshire. Voting should not require a resident to explain their poverty to the government. That is a serious policy shift and one that deserves more deliberation. Finally, the cost of administrating this proposal, staff time, training, processing, and record keeping, fell squarely on the municipal clerks and local taxpayers. In practical terms, that makes HB 365 an unfunded mandate wrapped in red tape. Mr. Speaker, New Hampshire values democracy, local control, fiscal constraint, and doing things the right way. HB 365 fails those tests. If this body believes that there is a better path forward, it should be developed deliberately, transparently, and in partnership with the communities expected to carry it out. That's how that work has not been done with this bill. For this reason, Mr. Speaker, I urge the House to vote down the motion of OTP with the amendment HB 365 so that these questions and concerns can be addressed. And Mr. Speaker, I call for division. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 365 does not get rid of the affidavit system for voting. We already did that in 2024. This bill funds the process for those indigent voters who lack the resources to prove their citizenship, the ability for them to be able to prove their citizenships so that they can vote. That's it. It is a program with an appropriation up to $50,000 that the Secretary of State can disperse and build the program with to support those citizens. And just to put that in context for you all, it's estimated that those citizens that cannot prove their citizenship and would need help with their local officials to acquire their birth certificate, to prove that they're a United States citizen so that they can vote in our elections, is less than a fraction of a percent. That's what we're talking about here. The bill doesn't get rid of affidavits. We already did that. The bill doesn't create more hardship for voters. It actually creates the program that will alleviate the alleged hardship that we heard about when we got rid of the affidavits to begin with. Passing this bill further strengthens our voter integrity laws that we've already adopted in the state of New Hampshire, gives another option for those folks who struggle to prove their citizenship, yet another chance to do so before they vote in our elections. And I urge the body to vote yes, vote green on ought to pass as amended. Thank you.
A division has been requested. This will be a division. Representative Sweeney requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, a majority committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 365. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Lane for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that there was absolutely no testimony supporting this bill given in the Policy Committee, even from the sponsor, and if I know that the bill does not define indigent or reasonable evidence, both of which are critical to implementing this bill, and if I know that we should not charge anyone for records that the state already possesses and now wants us to pay for them in order to provide the records back to another agency of the state. And if I know that it is humiliating for people to confess their poverty to their municipal clerk, and we should be ashamed for asking them to do so, then would I press the red button to oppose the OTP motion so that another motion can be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Dan McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this is a very small amount of money to alleviate any possible objections to our voter ID requirements, and if I know that our very capable Secretary of State will know how to implement this program, would I now press the green button to support the committee's recommendation of ought to pass with amendment?
The motion before us, a majority committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 365. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Gagnon.
Will all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to state of the vote. 195 voting yea, 142 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 572 FN, an act establishing the Partners in Housing Program, an initiative under the Housing Champions Fund to assist municipalities, counties, developers in building workforce housing and making an appropriation therefore. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Joe Sweeney from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment. The recommendation of bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Chris Mums from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Stavas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the committee's ITL recommendation on HB 572. That bill is now a law and exists in the governor's budget as the Partners in Housing Act. It was introduced with an appropriation request to fund its operations for 2 years. After reducing that request, it passed the Housing Committee unanimously and then passed this body on a voice vote. But at the last moment, the majority of Finance stripped all of its remaining funding. Should this ITL motion be defeated, we seek to offer an amendment that would restore a part of the original appropriation request. As the prime sponsor of HB 572, I'm delighted that it exists in law, but I want it to work. I want it to do what's intended to do: lower the costs of building modestly priced homes to the point where building those homes will be financially attractive to developers. But let me just take a moment to recap exactly what Partners in Housing does, since its passage on a voice vote meant some of my colleagues here may not be familiar with the details. Partners tackles the single most difficult housing challenge we face: not zoning, not land use, but skyrocketing costs. It lowers those costs in multiple ways: by creating a database of municipal land suitable for residential development, thus lowering the cost of that land; by providing low-interest construction loans to developers who work with municipalities to build homes on that land; by expediting the review process; and by returning non-performing land to the tax rolls, producing new revenue across the board. The goal is to build homes for young families, the workers that fuel our economy, and older people looking to downsize. Not subsidized homes, not low-income homes, but homes the residents and businesses alike are telling us is their most pressing need. Most importantly, it's entirely voluntary. Municipalities that choose to participate will do so because it's in their best interests, not because it's mandated by the state. And we tested it severely. Would planning boards agree to expedite review? Would builders find it attractive? Would towns want to participate? All of these questions were answered with a resounding yes by the dozens of organizations that turned out to support it when it was heard in the Housing Committee: the Realtors Association, the Business and Industry Association, the Division of Business and Economics Affairs, the Planners Association, the Association of Counties, Stay, Work, Play New Hampshire, New Hampshire Housing Action, the Municipal Association, the AARP, the State Council on Aging, and I could go on and on and on. This is a program that the people we represent want. and they want us to enact it with more than just words. Reaching a compromise on its funding by overturning this ITL is a common sense way to address the single biggest problem facing New Hampshire residents, the problem they're pleading with us to solve. In the last 2 years, we've put forward several bills that address New Hampshire's housing shortage. They adjust parking rules, setback requirements, lot sizes, and ADUs. These are great efforts that will solve some problems, to be sure, but none address the core issue of affordability, and that is the centerpiece of Partners in Housing. Good intentions don't build houses young families can afford. Careful, modest investment is needed as well. Investment that will pay for itself in new property tax revenues as houses are built. More jobs are created for New Hampshire builders, and more businesses can find and keep the workers they need. HB 572 does not presume to be the only solution to our housing problem, but it's a hell of a good start. I see how it's benefiting my community, and I want that opportunity to be available throughout the state. I urge my colleagues to defeat this ITL motion so another motion can be made, and I ask for a roll call vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful today to speak in support of the committee recommendation of ITL on House Bill 572. Grateful largely because I know within my caucus we have a wide view and a wide spectrum of ideas and thoughts as to best tackle the housing crisis. But with this vote today, I think we can all be united. House Bill 572, at best, and the best part of it that we actually put into the state budget that we voted for last year, is a spreadsheet. It's a spreadsheet database that identifies the local, county, and state government-owned land throughout the state of New Hampshire. Republicans on House Finance thought that was a worthwhile idea so that we could start tracking what land the government owns, so that, to the previous speaker's points, we can start getting productive land back onto the tax rolls to expand the tax base locally and allow those local leaders that control the keys to those parcels to have some direction as to where they want their town or their municipality to go in the future. What we don't need is the funding that's in 572 still. And that's why we're voting to make it inexpedient to legislate today. The solution to our housing crisis in New Hampshire is not more government. It's not more programs, it's not low interest loans to developers, it's not housing. Really, in reality, when we talked about this bill in committee, we talked about the wonderful projects that were supported by this bill. That's a miracle because this policy never existed with funding. It never created a single development. This policy will not lead to more homes being created. It won't lead to more development. It will just lead to more spending and more reviews and whatnot. We don't need this bill. We put the policy that was good into the budget, and so you can vote with us unanimously today to inexpedient to legislate 572. Thank you very much.
Representative Savas has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 572. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative David Page for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I understand that meeting our housing needs requires not just good intentions, but responsible public investments that create jobs, deliver homes, and generate reliable returns. And if I know that poll after poll shows housing is the top concern for Granite Staters, and I struggle to understand why we would choose to starve proven housing programs of the oxygen they need to survive, would I now press the red button so that another motion may be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Dan McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this new program was available to us during budget time and unfortunately did not meet the cutoff of what we had to spend, and if I know that what's on the table from the minority is over $5 million of new appropriation, we certainly do not have that at this time, would I now press the green button to support the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us, Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 572. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Paul.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend a state of the vote. 191 voting nay, 156 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker,
State your motion.
I move that the debate on HB 572 be printed in the Permanent Journal.
Without objection. The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 624 FNA, an act establishing a local river management advisory committee grant program, making an appropriation therefore. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Senator Joe Sweeney for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Rosemary Rung for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Rung.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning, everyone. HB 624 allows the governor, if money is available, to appropriate $40,000 for grants to support RSA 483-8-A. Local River Management Advisory Committees, also known as LACs. I need more coffee today. LACs are 22 groups comprised of volunteer citizens, local officials, and experts to serve each of New Hampshire's 19 designated rivers, each playing a vital role in protecting not only the river, but its shorelands as well. The primary responsibilities of the LACs are to develop and implement local river corridor management plans and advise local, state, and federal governing bodies and agencies of activities that may affect water quality, flow, or use of the protected river or segment. New Hampshire DES offers committees technical assistance in developing and implementing the management plans and reviewing proposed projects. This bill would resolve the unfunded mandate presented by RSA 483:A by providing small grants to help those committees when projects have cost implications. LECs would need to submit specific applications to get funds, which were previously provided by EPA grants. The bill was amended in House Resources to allow NHDES to administer the program without going through rulemaking, given the small size of the grants. It passed unanimously in Resources, and in early March, this House also passed it with a 73% vote. The countless hours of work by these 200 local volunteers on the ground in 130 communities are critical to the protection and understanding of our state's rivers. Their on-the-ground work is vitally important to the health of our state rivers and deserving of $40,000 to support environmental and water quality protections. And as my esteemed colleague from Epsom mentioned a few moments ago, if $50,000 is a minuscule amount for this state to support a very small number of voters, indigenous voters, surely $40,000, if available, is a worthwhile investment in the rivers throughout our state. So please join me in voting no on the ITL motion so that another motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Sweeney. Will the member yield to a question? No. Member does not yield.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the bureaucracy is expanding to meet the needs of the expanding bureaucracy. House Bill 624 would create a new river management grant program that would duplicate efforts already managed by the Department of Environmental Services. Adding another grant fund would increase administrative costs without delivering measurable increase in improvements. We looked at this bill, we decided not to put it in the budget last year. We decided inexpedient to legislate it this year. So I would ask you to support the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Representative Rung has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate on House Bill 624. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30. Oh, sorry. Chair recognizes Representative Evil for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know this bill funds the mandate put forward in New Hampshire law, which doesn't establish, local river management advisory committees who have a unique responsibility to protect New Hampshire rivers and their associated water bodies, And if I know there is no new bureaucracy being created by this bill, and if I know that this bill, as amended, was passed unanimously by the House Resources Committee and received nearly 75% vote by this body in March, and if I know this authorizes but does not mandate the governor to appropriate $40,000, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that funding this grant program at a minuscule $40,000 compared to the potential environmental damage that could occur if we don't support local river projects, would I now vote no to defeat the ITL motion so another motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Weiler for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this program already exists, and this would be duplicative, and it would be adding money where we don't have it. As I said earlier, there's very little money left for us to give grants. We're very short on what we imagine for revenue. This program has existed without this fund, and it will continue to do so. Please vote green for inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 624. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Seibert.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 187 voting yea, 164 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 661 FN, Act relative to the Department of Health and Human Services management of Social Security payments, supplemental security income payments, and veterans benefits for children in foster care. Consider the same, report the same, with a recommendation the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Brian Seaworth for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Mary Jane Wallner for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Seaworth for motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a motion to recommit.
Motion is proper.
And if I may briefly speak on that.
Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since the time that Finance exec this bill, there's been some significant changes in terms of federal policy. And I should add, it's changes in federal policy that align with the intent of this bill. So speaking on behalf of the Finance Committee, I would ask this body to please send us back the bill so that we can consider the new information that's before us, and I think we can come out with some improved policy. Thank you.
The motion before us is to recommit House Bill 661 to the Finance Committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and 661 is recommitted to Finance. House will be in order. Majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 675 FNA, local, an act limiting the authority of school districts to make certain appropriations. Consider the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Keith Earth, the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Kate Murray from the minority of the committee. The First Amendment is 3013H, printed in House Record 51, pages 96 through 97. Chair recognizes Representative Earth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 675 passed this House last year and was retained in the Finance Committee. It requires a 2/3 majority vote of those voting to pass a school budget that increases operating spending by more than the percentage change in enrollment. This amendment changes the requirement for a 2/3 majority vote to include an inflation adjustment. Until June 30th, 2028, the previous year's operating budget is adjusted to account for the inflation rate over the previous calendar year. After that time, the previous year's operating budget is first adjusted by the percentage change in the enrollment over the previous year, and then adjusted to account for the inflation rate over the previous calendar year. If the proposed school operating budget exceeds the calculated amount, including both enrollment and inflation adjustments as described, then 2/3 of those voting must vote to approve it. The 2/3 majority vote also applies to any warrant articles in excess of the calculated amount. School districts seeking emergency appropriations continue to follow current law, which is unchanged. The Commissioner of the Department of Revenue Administration continues to notify the School Board of excess appropriations to be deleted as in current law, which is unchanged. The 2/3 majority vote of those voting is not a high hurdle in passing school operating budgets. Over the past few years, there have been a number of votes on large spending increases, and the vote in favor has been 80 to 90% in favor. In Croydon, in 2022, it was 99% in favor. This 2/3 majority vote assures that a significant majority of residents voting to approve the local school budget are happy to see the significant increase in their property taxes resulting from the increased school spending they are voting for. Please join me in voting to provide our constituents with a modicum of control over their local property taxes, which have seen large increases driven by increased local school spending. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Wallner has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call on the amendment. The motion before us is the majority amendment 3013H. Chair recognizes the Representative Hawken Phillips for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that whatever shape or form this amendment comes to the floor in, the impractical and arbitrary school budget cap against Granite State values and the New Hampshire way when it prohibits local control. If I know that this policy makes for a good soundbite and an even better social media message, but it's an extremely unpopular policy with voters, and it will fail to deliver on the property tax relief it promises. And if I also know that constituents elected their local school board members to do the hard work of solving problems using all the tools at their disposal, just like businesses and families do, but this amendment handcuffs those same elected officials and inhibits their work. And finally, if I know that the real harm done by this bill will be felt in the overcrowded public school classrooms by more than the 90% of Granite State kids who are there, where they have fewer educational opportunities despite their community's desires, then would I now push the red button and vote no against the amendment so that another way can be undertaken? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Sweeney for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this committee amendment is the culmination of a year of work by the committee and stakeholders to craft the package, and further, Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment reflects the common sense proposal that was sought for earlier last year in regards to this bill, would I now press the green button and stand with the overwhelming majority of Granite Staters that want to see this policy passed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The House will be in order. The motion before us is floor amendment 3013H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 184 voting yea, 168 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, colleagues. I rise in support of this amendment because it is about accountability and priorities. This proposal does not cut classroom funding. It does not impact teachers or students. It simply places a reasonable limit on central office administrative spending, ensuring that education dollars are focused where they matter most, on learning. A 6% cap still allows districts flexibility, but it also promotes efficiency, transparency, and responsible use of taxpayer funds. Families across our state expect us to be good stewards of their hard-earned dollars, especially at a time when costs continue to rise. This amendment keeps the focus on students, respects local control, and encourages smarter spending. By adding this to the bill rather than replacing it, it respects the good work of the Finance and Education Funding Committees. For those reasons, I urge you to press the green button. Thank you.
Representative Rice has offered floor amendment 0033H. It's in your seat pockets. Representative Wallner has requested a roll call. Is this sufficiently seconded? division. Representative Wallner has requested a division. Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us is the Rice for Amendment 0033H. That is in your seat pockets. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Kate Murray for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I note this amendment, even with such small changes as it offers, is still a direct attack on local control, an ideal that Granite Staters hold very dear. And if I know the consequences of this bill and of this amendment, of which we are already aware, there are additional unintended consequences which will cause immeasurable harm to our school districts, including those areas such as insurance and other considerations which are beyond the control of the school district, but which the school district still must attend to when it is working out its finances. And if I know that my mailbox has been overwhelmingly filled with emails in absolute opposition to this school cap, and if I know that changing a few nouns here and there and using synonyms and using alternate verbs, this amendment still flies in the face of local control, arbitrarily imposes a cap, and has garnered widespread and vociferous opposition in every corner of the state, would I now vote red to vote down this amendment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Rice for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill helps to control the spending of administration, and that I further know that the cost of administration is the bulk of our budgets, would I press the green button to help get these budgets under control? As of now, they are unsustainable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is Representative Rice Floor Amendment 0033H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. 177 voting nay, 176 voting nay. The Speaker did vote on that. The amendment is adopted. Bills on second reading. House will be in order, please. Bills on the bill is on second reading. Open to further amendment. Representative Ball offers floor amendment 0042. It's in your seat pockets. And who's going to speak? Representative Perez is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Happy New Year to my colleagues. I am not Lori Ball, I am Representative Perez. I've been accused of trying to come last minute to change 375. And I want you to know that that is definitely not true, because I have been following this for multiple years. And last year in my town, I put in a warrant, citizens warrant article, to do exactly this. We do have a law, RSA 32:5-C, that allows us to do this. So I put it in, and at the deliberative session, it was changed to a study. And my town did an incredible study for me. And they came back to me, the school board, came back to me with that study and made it very clear that this did not work for our town. They made it very clear that this type of cap is based on numbers and not on needs. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, we all agree that property taxes are rising too fast, and school budgets are the largest driver. The real question before us now is, how do we apply restraint without harming classrooms or stripping away local control? I personally am tired of when budgets are cut at the school level that the first thing is said, well, we will take this away from the kids. House Bill 675 and the prior amendment rely on state-level formulas tied to inflation and enrollment. That approach adds complexity, shifts accountability away from local decision maker, and makes it hard for voters to understand who is responsible for the bill. This amendment takes a simpler, more effective approach. It places a clear, enforceable cap on central office administrative spending, the fastest growing and least transparent part of school budget, and it does so at the point where budgets are actually set locally. Last year, I asked in our town for them to pull what the administrative spending was, because it wasn't clear in the budget. It took them less than an hour and a half to pull those numbers for me. Just as important, it explicitly protects instruction. Teachers and classrooms are excluded by design, so districts are not forced to balance budgets on the backs of educators. Instruction should remain the priority. Some have argued only a broad state-level spending cap constitutes real restraint. I disagree. Real restraint is clear, enforceable limits applied where decisions are made, and accountability to the voters, not mandates imposed from Concord. This amendment does not overhaul the education funding system. It does not rely on complicated assumptions. It simply requires that administrative scale with the rest of the budget, unless the voters chose otherwise. This is real restraint, transparent and defensible. If we want to protect the classrooms, preserve local control, and responsibly address taxes, this amendment is the right place to start. I ask for your support. I ask you to support this amendment. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, typically I get up here and I just sort of speak from my mind and speak from my heart, but I actually prepared a speech today because I view this issue as just so important to the voters of New Hampshire. The number one issue I hear from voters and residents and neighbors is that our property taxes are just getting out of control. It's pricing seniors out of their homes. It's making it harder for young families to buy into the New Hampshire market. They flee for lower tax states down south or out west in the Midwest. New people fleeing New Hampshire to go to lower tax states should be an enigma to us. For years, especially since 2021, when this majority took back control, this legislature has sent more money than ever before to our towns, our cities, and our school districts. And we have seen zero property tax relief for all those efforts. We keep singing until we're blue in the face, and as much as we don't like to get blue in the face, we keep singing about how much money we keep sending back to towns, to cities, to school districts, and it just disappears. Residents don't feel the property tax relief that our votes intended it to be, and they just go into the school districts where they just continue to propose higher budgets because they take the money that the state sends them, they lightly increase their tax rate as much as they can before people really start to revolt, and the spending keeps going up and up and up. Something has to give. House Bill 675 has had an incredible process in the House of Representatives. Originally, it started off as a near doubling of the state adequacy aid to each school district per voter, per student, and then it evolved into the 2/3 cap with the inflation adjusted that we just added on earlier, and now we just previously amended.
The member will suspend for a minute.
Sure.
For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering when we are going to proceed to speak of the amendment.
Right now. This amendment puts a 6% cap on central administrative office expenses in the school district budget. That's fantastic. Good thing we just amended the bill 2 seconds ago with the 6% cap added on to HB 675. The amendment before us right now replaces all of the work of House Bill 675 over the last year and a half with that 6% cap just on central office. There is no higher threshold cap on school spending beyond that 6% central office cap. So there's no upper limit to what they can spend. So for every dollar increase they want to spend more on central office, they would need to increase, they would simply need to increase every other spending item by $16 in order to get a simple majority vote to approve the higher central office spending. Under the current form of 675 with the amendments that we have already adopted, that 6% cap would live within that budget that is going up by inflation and tied to the number of the student population. The current amendment that we're debating right now isn't a real reform. It's a loophole. I really appreciated the sponsor of the amendment bringing it forward because that's how we crafted the amendment that we just adopted as a body, because we do want to make sure that we are getting those costs of administrative costs constrained down to protect the taxpayers. But it is largely a meaningless cap if there is not that higher threshold cap on overall district spending. That is what is out of control. And it's only going to incentivize further if this amendment passes. It will incentivize further increases in spending, not incentivize decrease in spending and efficiencies that the current version of House Bill 675 does. So with those guardrails in place, the districts are not going to be able to tax and spend their way to oblivion. They're not going to be able to tax our residents out of their homes. It's the same reason why Americans for Tax Reform has urged this body to reject this amendment. Removing the spending cap that this amendment does will invite higher taxes, not lower ones. In a time of higher costs burning everyone's wallet, this amendment would throw gasoline on the fire, not snuff it out. We should not weaken this bill. We should get it over to the Senate for the next step in the long legislative process that is ahead before it gets to the governor's desk. And folks, this side of the wall, this side of the aisle, that side of the aisle, I suspect, and I could be wrong, but we'll see within 15 or 20 minutes or so, that there may be many votes yes on this amendment that don't want the underlying bill to pass. This amendment replaces the entire bill. Why would we vote with folks that want to replace the entire bill that then don't want to see that entire bill finally pass in 20 minutes or so? I would question their motives. I would question their intent. I would. If you vote for an amendment that replaces the entire bill and then you follow it by voting against the ought to pass as amended, you are deceiving the voters, you are deceiving this body. It's not fair. I urge the body to vote no on the amendment.
The member will suspend.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Do you have a point of order?
I believe the practice and precedent in this body is to not impute motives to other members, and that has just been directly done by the member on the other side.
You may.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize for asking a grounded question. Thank you.
Point of order.
State your point of order.
Am I mistaken? Isn't the member supposed to be directing his comments to the speaker, not directing them directly at other members in the chamber?
All comments are directed through the speaker. The House will be in order. Enough. The motion before us now is the floor amendment 0042. Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is Representative Ball, floor amendment 0042. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Ball for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this amendment places a clear, enforceable cap on central office administrative spending at the point where the budgets are set, while explicitly protecting classroom instruction and local voter control the New Hampshire way, then I would press the green button and support this amendment.
Chair recognizes Representative Osborne for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that we just adopted an amendment that constrains the central office spending, and if I know that I'm here to protect the taxpayers, and I know that this amendment would be a tanker truck full of gasoline on the already raging inferno of property taxes consuming the state, driving Granite Staters from their homes, would I press the red button right now to defeat this poison pill amendment?
The motion before us is the Ball floor amendment 0042. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 182 voting yea, 173 voting nay. The amendment is adopted. Now we are on the motion of order pass as amended. And the chair recognizes Representative Harkin Phillips.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to HB 675 as amended because it's bad for New Hampshire schools. The proposed replace all bill as amended differs from what narrowly passed this chamber in March. The amended bill mandates a centralized administrative office cap. It's a budget cap for schools with a difficult override. You can't spend $1 more without a supermajority. We've heard the policy arguments against this before. Budget caps lock in disparities between districts, take away local control, hurt kids in classrooms, and create too high a voting threshold to overcome. Remember, voters have outright rejected caps in nearly every election in recent memory, sending a clear message. New Hampshire doesn't want caps. But consider this too. First, under New Hampshire law, school districts are already free to set these budget caps. In fact, 8 cities and 5 towns already have established some limit on school spending. Funny enough, I don't recall Laconia, Manchester, Rochester, or even Ulstead, Milton, or Nottingham, all places with these limits, widely celebrating some epic property tax relief compared to the rest of the state. So, if this bill promises tax relief, and if the cap under law is permissible now, how come only 13 cities and towns have adopted it? The remaining cities and towns don't want a cap because it doesn't work. This amendment's mandate is a mistake. Second, the New Hampshire Supreme Court ruled this past summer that New Hampshire is inadequately funding public education in violation of our state constitution. In Conval, the court demands that the state raise base adequacy from approximately $4,100 to approximately $7,300 per pupil. But if this amendment passes and is signed into law, it will be in direct defiance of those rulings. It is one thing for the legislature to do nothing to advance those holdings, but it is entirely another for this legislature to do the exact opposite of what the court demands. This amended bill poses a significant fiscal and legal risk to New Hampshire. Schools cannot comply with this school budget cap and the court's raised per pupil adequacy. Now, that sounds like the conflict could mean expensive litigation, and that expense would be on top of the more than $4 million the state has already spent in its failed legal challenges on these very issues. Third, this amended bill is quite simply bad math. It just doesn't add up. When Londonderry gets hit with a $2 million one-time school healthcare assessment, Rochester receives a $1.5 million less in department adequacy aid monies than projected, and Merrimack faces a $2 million budget gap because of increasing healthcare premiums and special education costs. These towns need the same flexibility as any business or family has to meet their obligations. Clearly, these financial surprises cannot add up to last year's budget. We already ask our communities to do the impossible, and if we pass this bill as amended, we'll be asking them to do it with one hand tied behind their back. Mr. Speaker, our communities don't need handcuffs. They need unfettered freedom to use all of the financial planning tools at their disposal for local decision making. That's what our communities have been doing for centuries. It's quite literally the New Hampshire way. If we pass this bill as amended, the message it will send is the New Hampshire way is over. That people who write school budgets and the community members who elect them and vote to approve those budgets aren't capable. They're not good enough. We'd be saying, we need Congress mandates instead. Our communities don't need mandates, they need assistance. We all want property tax relief. So assist our communities by stopping the downshifting that makes it incredibly difficult to get ahead. Less for room and meals, less for New Hampshire retirement system, less for public education, less for special education. Year after year, it's less and even less from the state. How is that a sustainable plan, good politics, or even good business? Finally, Mr. Speaker, I ask you to vote no on this amendment because it's bad problem solving, it's bad legal strategy, bad math, bad politics, and simply bad for New Hampshire. Our communities do not need mandates. They need assistance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask for a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Sweeney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on, well, you know, the other guy. It's unfortunate, and I'm perplexed that so many would vote for an amendment that replaced the entire bill, and now they're going to vote against the entire bill. I'm also going to vote against the entire bill because this bill, as amended with the Replace All Amendment, completely sets New Hampshire on the trajectory for more property tax increases, more local spending, and just out of control budget. So HB 675, it was fun while we had you. We're going back to the drawing board. I would vote down this bill. Thank you all for playing.
Representative Sweeney has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. You mean PIs? The motion before us is ought to pass as amended. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Eileen Kelly for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that current law, RSA 32:5-E, allows voters in school districts to adopt budget caps if they so choose, thereby retaining local control. And Mr. Speaker, if I also know that this legislation is not about protecting the taxpayer, it is just another way of shifting responsibility away from the state and failing to meet court-ordered education funding requirements. Our constitutional obligation to educate our public school students does not change. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that our state's citizens have made it clear they oppose a state-mandated school budget cap. Last year, communities around our state resoundingly rejected proposed caps. House Bill 675, as amended, forces a statewide mandate on all school districts, regardless of the discrepancies between them, and, most importantly, takes away local control from voters. Then would I now vote no and press the red button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Ladd for a parliamentary inquiry. Waves off. The motion before us is the ought to pass as amended on House Bill 675. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 9 voting yea, 346 voting nay. The committee report fails.
Not yet.
For what reason? For what reason did the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to place the entire debate of House Bill 675 into the permanent journal. Oh, yeah, sorry. I move inexpedient to legislate on 675.
The motion is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 675. Can we do a voice vote? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. For what reason does a member rise?
For a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move to Special Order HB 155 to the next order of business.
Mr. Speaker.
The motion is in order. The chair recognizes Representative Osborne to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Knowing that the taxpayers just took a little bit of a defeat from us, let's give them a win and turn the momentum back around.
The motion is to move 155 to the next order of business. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. And 155 is the next order of business. Majority of the Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred House Bill 155 FN, an act reducing the rate of the business enterprise tax, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Jordan Ullery for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Susan Almy from the minority of the committee. The amendment is 2983H, printed in House Record 51, page 56. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. The bill is now ought to pass with amendment, and the chair recognizes Representative Horrigan. I'm sorry. Yeah, Representative Horrigan, yes. House will be in order.
Basically, yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Basically, I'll wave off. I will say the economic stimulus from the supply side effect of this will be non-existent. It's $500 per $1 million of the basis. So there's many other arguments, but all this bill will do is reduce revenue. But anyway, aside from that, I'm waving off. Thanks.
Chair recognizes Representative Almy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to get one thing clear first. This bill does not help small businesses. It only helps the large ones. Representative Ullery and I assured this in 2011 by updating the BET exemption for inflation in the CPI since the prior update and requiring an update every 2 years thereafter. As a result, the BET as of 2021, which is the latest information we have from the DRA, was only paid by businesses grossing over $300,000. The DRA reports having not included this data since, the 2021 DRA analysis of the differences between small and large businesses showed that 47% of those businesses that filed paid no BET at all. So what we did is working. 79% of the tax was paid by corporations and multinational business entities. Did they object? Our tax bills to them were such a small part of their costs that many did not realize until recently that their taxes were being cut. They only started to ask for refunds a few years ago. Every time we cut more taxes, we cut services that the legislature thinks are disposable. The people of our state, their school, municipal, and county governments, and their businesses, large and small, regard these lost services as essential. They try to replace them, often inefficiently, because it is harder to run these services at the local level. For each cut not paid for by federal stimulus packages, our towns, cities, counties, and businesses lost resources that paid for our schools, roads and bridges, training centers, water treatment plants, and salaries for local essential services. Now the federal stimulus packages are being replaced by clawbacks. Many of the OBA cuts have not yet been activated at local levels, and they are just beginning to appear. The tariffs were only the start. The result is constant property tax increases and losses of public services both businesses and ordinary citizens depended on. We cannot continue like this. 5 years into the fiscal year, the budget was only 0.7% below plan. I have not been able to read the focus yet because the focus only came out yesterday, and my computer would not work in the hotel. 2026 is going to be worse. Our largest taxes, the BPT and BET, the business taxes, were 7.4% under plan 5 months in. When the once-in-a-decade tax amnesty number is removed from the revenue reports, on the first half of the fiscal year will be in deficit. Only one of the remaining major taxes did well, lottery, at 27% above plan, that is through November, because of 2 very large Powerballs. Treasury interest is no longer in the top tier because we are eating into the reserve that we built from federal stimulus programs. Our businesses are asking for more help to find housing, childcare, to fund housing, childcare, and addiction, not more cuts. The BIA may agree, but their constitution requires them to advocate for cuts. Small business owners and other citizens around the state are writing the newspapers to call for a reversal of our tax policy. Our businesses, school districts, municipalities, and counties are struggling to keep up with reduced revenues and rising costs due to inflation. The minority believes that this bill should not pass.
Chair recognizes Representative Woolery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My friend, the representative from Lebanon, was correct. This bill does help all businesses that pay BET. Recent DRA reports show that revenues are up because taxes are down. I know that doesn't sound reasonable, but history shows it is. Every time we cut taxes, we increase these revenues. Property taxes were mentioned, which have nothing to do with BET and BPT, because property taxes are set by ourselves when we vote in our town how much money we want to spend in our towns. And businesses are. The good representative was correct. Businesses are asking for help, and that's what this bill does. I spoke last year about Bastiat. He teaches us that excessive taxation is legal plunder. There's another term for that, but I'll use his. As Nobel laureate Friedman says, higher taxes will not reduce the deficit, except for a brief interval. They simply increase government spending. This is the lesson of history. Arthur Laffer teaches us and demonstrates scientifically that there is a taxation sweet spot. This is what this bill reaches for, that area that produces revenue that is sufficient for government and doesn't overtax. It doesn't destroy. The power of taxation is the power to destroy. This bill encourages business growth and ensures the New Hampshire advantage. The recent positive revenues show that. Please vote green or yell yay on the motion. Mr. Speaker, I request a roll call on this vote, please. Thank you for your attention.
Representative Early has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Members need to be in their seats. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of how to pass an amendment on House Bill 155. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Spear for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the state of New Hampshire last year bled $67 million, and if I know that the state of New Hampshire this year is on track to bleed another $40 million, and that these two losses will substantially deplete our rainy day reserves, and if I know even our own governor has publicly stated she is reluctant to reduce this tax anymore, then would I push the red button?
Chair recognizes Representative Janigian for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that lowering business taxes in the past, we've seen actual tax increase revenue, more tax revenue into the state, and if I also know that lowering the business enterprise tax does help small businesses grow their businesses, then would I now press the green button to increase the New Hampshire advantage?
The motion before us, Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 155. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative McDonald.
While all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 189 voting nay, 165 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move to enter the full debates of House Bill 675 and House Bill 155 into the permanent journal.
Without objection. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, having voted on the prevailing side of House Bill 675, I would move reconsideration and implore the body to vote no. And I would request a division vote.
The motion before us is to reconsider House Bill 675. A division has been requested. I would hope everybody is still in their seats. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Stringham.
While all members present have an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 170 voting yea, 185 voting nay. The motion fails.
The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 704 F&A, an act relative to caregiver respite and senior volunteer programs and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Lawrence Olersky for the committee. The amendment 2963H can be found in House Record 51 on pages 97 and 98. Questions on the amendment? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Now the main motion ought to pass as amended on House Bill 704. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? Ayes have it, and the report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 751 FN, an act requiring licensure of outpatient substance use disorder treatment facilities and relative to complaint investigation of treatment facilities by the Department of Health and Human Services Office of the Ombudsman and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendments and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Lawrence Olersky for the minority of the committee. The majority committee amendment is 2964H, printed on House Record 51 on pages 99 to 100. A division vote's been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on Amendment 2964H. Representative Cholersky is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that HB 751 is in response to substance use disorder treatment programs operating in relative darkness with virtually no oversight or protections for patients and their families, and if I know that people in recovery are particularly vulnerable and susceptible to abuse, exploitation, and predatory behavior, yet these treatment centers lack guardrails and quality controls to ensure the delivery of evidence-based treatment, leaving people struggling to navigate a system of substandard care. And finally, if I know this is a replace-all amendment, changing the bill to a study committee, when in fact, a 2024 bill already studied the issue, recommending it for this future legislation, so this amendment is not needed, then I would press the red button so an alternative amendment could be considered. Thank you.
Representative Mooney is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. If I know that the charge of House Finance is to balance affordability with practicality, and I know that the majority of House Finance finds this amendment for a study committee is the responsible and prudently fiscal thing to do, as opposed to rushing this bill by forcing it to work with one new employee at DHHS and $211,000 out of the general fund. And if I further know that it was said this was studied, but not in this form, Then, would I now press the green button to replace the bill with a study committee to properly review this complex matter by this coming November? Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of Amendment 2964H. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Grecian. Representative Grecian.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 186 in the affirmative, 158 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. Bills on second reading and open to further amendment. The minority amendments 2957H can be found printed in House Record 51 on pages 100. A division vote's been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the adoption of Amendment 2957H, and Representative Farrington is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this body just adopted the committee amendment and that study committee is much needed at this time, and if I know that yet another version of this bill would still spend massive amounts of money from the general fund, and finally, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the Department of Health and Human Services is already under a strained budget, then would I now press the red button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Celersky is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that a bipartisan committee recommended legislation to provide oversight and protections for patients seeking substance use disorder treatment, and if I know that this amendment significantly simplifies the original bill to include these treatment centers in the DHHS facility licensing program with funding, one staff position, which the department said was more than sufficient to implement and ensure high-quality evidence-based care. And finally, if I know this amendment will put us in a better position to protect people suffering from addiction, while another study committee will just continue to delay any progress we can make, then I would press the green button to accept this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the adoption of Amendment 2957H. This is a division vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Cloutier.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 161 in the affirmative, 191 in the negative. The amendment fails. Now on to the main motion of ought to pass as amended. A division has been requested. Yep, members take your seats. Division vote.
Doesn't matter.
Questions on the adoption of the report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 751. It's a division vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Sargent.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote in this harrowing nail-biter? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 350 in the affirmative, 3 in the negative. The committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 392 FN, an act directing the dissolution of the Department of Health and Human Services Office of Health Equity, Department of Environmental Services functions for civil rights and environmental justice, and the Governor's Council on Diversity and Inclusion. Having considered the same report, the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Yuri Polozov for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Trinidad Zelez for the minority of the committee. The bill is on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Polozov moves amendment 0026H, and which can be found in your seat pockets, and is recognized to speak to his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of Amendment 0026H. It addresses every major concern raised in testimonies. It reflects real progress. State agencies have eliminated racist and divisive practices. The Governor's Council on Diversity no longer exists. The Office of Health Equity has been renamed. This amendment protects services. The blind get their services, the deaf get their services, people with disabilities keep full access. It also makes clear federal mandates are outside the scope of the proposed changes. With this amendment, the Department of Environmental Services no longer opposes the bill. Please support it. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a roll call.
Representative Weber is recognized to speak on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose the amendment. The subject matter of this bill was already taken care of in House Bill 2 last year, which reorganized one of the offices in the Department of Health and Human Services. What this amendment does, it reorganizes the office that was already reorganized just last year. And the functions and personnel are now going to be disrupted again. The way the amendment works is it says that the new office is abolished except for certain functions which must be taken over by more different offices. And because this is a late drafted bill, it has not had a hearing, it has not had comments, we have no idea if the enumerated functions that are to be retained cover all of the functions which the department is required to do by federal law. So what we are doing is taking a reorganized office, reorganizing it, creating a muddle at a time when the Department of Health and Human Services, as we just heard, is under-resourced and understaffed and does not need to have to take on this set of responsibilities. So, in addition, eliminating a position, which this bill does, without actually eliminating the work being performed now, because some of it has been retained, is particularly short-sighted when the department is understaffed and under-resourced. This amendment is a half-baked attempt to compensate for the fact that the underlying bill was completely unnecessary to begin with. The amendment solves no current problems and serves only to create new ones. I urge you to vote no by pressing the red button.
Representative Polozov has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the adoption of floor amendment 0026H. Representative Kesselring is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this amendment was crafted in a way that made it so the Department of Health and Human Services and the Department of Environmental Services were also listened to in the hearings, and we amended it so that it would work perfectly for them to make the transition. And Mr. Speaker, if I also do know that this will lower the cost of spending, it will also lower our government and make it so we have a smaller government, would I then push the green button for the amendment?
Representative Weber is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this amendment solves no existing problem and that it will indeed create muddle, confusion, and extra costs, would I now press the red button?
The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0026H. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Swanson. Representative Quayle.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 186 in the affirmative, 159 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. Now on to the main motion of ought to pass as amended. Representative McLean is recognized to speak against the motion. Or not. How about Representative LaMontagne?
When this bill was introduced almost a year ago, only the prime sponsor testified in support of it. And we had hours of testimony and dozens of health advocates, health professionals, citizens come to speak against it, as well as almost 3,000 people sign in online in opposition. And it was clear from the hearing that the sponsor did not understand the broad impact of the bill and the impact of the Office of Health Equity, but was instead laser focused on the idea that equity programs that help all overcome barriers to access to health care somehow denies health care to some based on the color of their skin. That was the language used. But there is no evidence at all presented that that's actually true. Their best argument is that this legislation will have us conform to federal mandates. On that matter, over the past year, both DHHS and Department of Environmental Services has already changed their language to align with the anti-diversity, anti-equity, and anti-inclusion federal priorities. So it's not necessary.
Mr. Speaker, I have a point of order.
Member will suspend for a moment. State your point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My understanding is the amendment we just passed is a replace all amendment. And as such, I would ask that the Speaker speak to the bill as amended as opposed to the bill that has been entirely replaced. If that's the right way to do that.
Fair point.
Yes, but I will explain how much of the essence of this bill is still in effect, if you may allow me to continue.
I think the comments now should be directed at the bill in its current form.
Okay. Well, it is true, as amended, and the changed name of the office better reflects its mission, that the Office of Health Access always has been to ensure health access for all and to remove barriers to healthcare access. And as amended, this bill seeks to carve out protections for certain people that the office helps, like deaf people, ensuring that they have access to sign language interpreters, and closed captioning, which benefits many people, even if they're hearing. But it is, of course, not just language that this bill seeks to change. There are many functions that have not been carved out by the amendment that will be left out. And the big question is, how will this, all these duties of the office, once the office is removed and it's spread out to other departments, how is that supposed to work more efficiently? That you've cut off the head of it. I have always been of the mind that outside agencies or legislative bodies that have no real experience in running such a department are not in the best position to dictate how it will be more efficient. But this bill is not about efficiency. This bill will eliminate any activity to promote health access that is not specifically stated in the amended bill. What programs will be left out? Rural healthcare access is specifically protected, but not any inner city program to help overcome barriers to access? How about programs to help people with traumatic brain injury? Their programs are not protected in this amended bill. Many of them are veterans and have difficulty navigating the healthcare system. How about programs to help the elderly? Are health access programs that aim to reduce barriers for the elderly discriminating against young people? Of course not. That's the whole premise of this bill. The bill specifically targets health equity. Do you know what that means? It is about equality of opportunity to be as healthy as possible. It does not mean discrimination against some at the expense of others. Despite the amendment trying to correct some of the short-sightedness of the original bill, at its heart, this bill feels mean-spirited to me. Anti-DEI initiatives make me think of the great song by Nick Lowe. What's so funny about peace, love, and understanding? The opposite of diversity, equity, and inclusion is dull uniformity, inequity, and exclusion. I know where my values lie, and I urge you to vote no on the OTPA.
Points of order are delivered from the well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We heard earlier we're not supposed to impart an intent, and that includes mean-spiritedness.
It does. At least it appears to be a bipartisan problem today. So can we just not do that? Because I'm not looking forward to a delayed lunch and a long afternoon of points of order that actually have merit. Intent doesn't matter. And honestly, you don't know why somebody wrote a bill. You don't know if it's words on paper. They are never mean-spirited. People do what they can to defeat legislation. That doesn't mean it's immoral somehow or wrong. Just look, you got words on paper today. Vote on the words on paper, talk about the words on paper, and don't sweat how the words got on the paper, because honestly, 99% of you don't know. And now I'll stop talking about it for the rest of the day unless you force me to, and I hope that you help me not mention this again. Alrighty, Representative Drew's recognized to speak about the bill in its current form.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What's happened right here is actually a symptom of a much larger problem. We're dancing around the issue, so everybody here understands what we're talking about. White privilege does not exist. And that reaction right there is why this bill is necessary. The term DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, is Orwellian rhetorical cover for a worldview that divides New Hampshire by defining one race and one creed as the oppressors and everyone else as the oppressed. This ideology is poisonous to our civilization and must be excised. DHHS changed the name of this department after this bill was submitted. However, they failed to remove a video on the site of this department from an organization called the Endowment for Health, an NGO that is founded on this destructive idea and is openly linked to numerous other NGOs who advocate and lobby for this discrimination. This bill is a directive to DHHS that in the New Hampshire state government, this is not acceptable. It is also a message to the people of New Hampshire that they will be treated the same, and every program will treat people the same, regardless of their race and status. I urge you to press the green button and vote yes for OTPA. Thank you.
All righty. The question is on the majority committee report of ought to pass as amended. A division's been requested. Members, take your seats. Who requested the roll call? And it is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Why not? The question is on the majority committee report of ought to pass as amended. Representative LaMontagne is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But if I may add, in response to the objection...
You are recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
May I not address the... Okay. Okay. If I knew that the amended bill, while trying to correct glaring problems with the original bill, is still fundamentally wrong in its purpose, and if I knew that valuable programs that help people better access health care are not inherently discriminatory, and if I knew that a healthy population benefits all of us, and if I knew that access to health care and health equity hurts no one, would I now press the red button to defeat this bill?
Representative Kesselring is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that Section 3 and 4 of the amendment cover all of the rural health and also federal programs that are already in place, including all of the other programs that was outlined before by my colleague on the other side, would I then push the green button to pass the bill?
Questions on the majority committee report of ought to pass as amended. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Vale.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 192 in the affirmative, 159 in the negative. The report's adopted. Oh, look at that. House Bill 392 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The majority of the Committee on Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 36, an act relative to the collection and reporting of abortion statistics by healthcare providers and medical facilities. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with an amendment. Representative Stephen Kesselring for the majority of the committee. The minority, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Lucy Weber for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 3091. Representative Lucas is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I speak in opposition to SB 36 as amended because of the elimination of one word that changes a fundamental definition of prenatal care. That word is estimated. In the phrase estimated gestational age, as contained in the originally introduced version of the bill, estimating gestational age and providing an estimated due date, or EDD, is a basic yet very important step in the provision of prenatal care. The actual date of conception, unless achieved through assisted reproductive technology, is an unknown. So obstetrical care providers utilize history, physical examination, and imaging to arrive at a best estimate of gestational age. History is reliant on menstrual cycles, which in normal individuals can vary between every 19 and 45 days, with corresponding differences in ovulation from 1 week to 3 weeks post-menses. Most women experience an occasional anovulatory cycle, a cycle without ovulation. Some women will continue to have episodes of bleeding in early pregnancy that they interpret as normal menstrual cycles. History alone is not a good way to calculate gestational age. Physical exam may help by estimating uterine size, but uterine enlargement may reflect the presence of anomalies or growths that distort findings on exam. The practitioner may then request an ultrasound when history and exam cannot agree on an estimated gestational age. But even ultrasound dating can at best offer a range, with dating accuracy decreasing by trimester. The most accurate result via an invasive internal ultrasound is obtained by measuring embryonic crown rump length at 7 to 12 weeks gestation, and provides an estimated gestational age range of plus or minus 3 to 5 days. By the second trimester, the estimated gestational age range by ultrasound determination is plus minus 7 to 10 days, and the range increases to plus minus 3 to 4 weeks by the early third trimester due to differences in fetal growth rates. All of these methods alone, or in combination, provide an estimated gestational age. The removal of the word estimated from the amended bill makes it incompatible with the scientific methods and data used by healthcare providers in diagnosing and managing normal and complicated pregnancies, and for reporting the same. For that reason, I urge you to press the red button and vote no on OTPA on SB 36 as amended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Kesselring is recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me tell you exactly what the bill as amended does. So we've already passed the abortion statistics bill in the budget last year, but in COC we learned two things. One, we agreed upon moving the start date to July. This bill fixes that start date and pushes it back to what the Department of Health and Human Services wanted. The second thing it does is remove the line estimated, as you've already heard. The problem is even Massachusetts doesn't have that wording, nor does any other state that I could find. Not only that, the concern is that they can also, well, some people can also lie about statistics, put the information that they want in there because it's estimated and it isn't very specific like other state laws. So that's basically the gist of it, and those are the only two things this bill does, is to change what we've already done in law, so I urge you to push the green button.
All righty. The question, what? The questions on the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended. Representative Weber requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on adoption of the Majority Committee report about to pass as amended. Representative Lucas is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thanks again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that SB 36, as amended, asks for data in a form that cannot be provided within the context of current medical knowledge and applied technology, and if I know that SB 36 as amended removed the scientifically appropriate word estimated from estimated gestational age, and in so doing jeopardizes the quality and accuracy of reported data, and if I know that HB 712 that was signed into law by the governor just this past June does contain the appropriate language of estimated gestational age under its section entitled The Collection and Reporting of Abortion Statistics, which will preserve the accuracy of the reported data, then I would press the red button and vote no on OTPA on SB 36 as amended. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Wayne McDonald is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know the collection of medical information is important for the health and well-being of our citizens, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that the more accurate the information collected, the better, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill is important along these lines, and that it also allows sufficient time for the New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services to implement this effort properly and effectively, then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the green button and vote in favor of the committee's recommendation of ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the adoption of the Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 36. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 188 in the affirmative, 162 in the negative. The report's adopted. Senate Bill 36 is referred to the Committee on Finance. The majority of the Committee on Health, Human Services, and Elderly Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 134 FN, an act relative to work requirements under the state Medicaid program. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Jim Kofalt for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Lucy Weber for the minority of the committee. The majority amendment is 3093H, printed in House Record 51 on pages 107 to 109. Representative Kofalt requests a roll call on the majority amendment. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the adoption of Amendment 3093H? Representative Kofalt is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that an estimated $9 billion in fraud was recently discovered in Minnesota, much of which was Medicaid fraud, if I know this amendment strengthens program integrity surrounding Medicaid work requirements in our state and thereby ensures that precious Medicaid dollars are directed towards those who truly need it, would I then press the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the adoption of Amendment 3093H? This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Corman.
Have all members present had an opportunity to... Alrighty. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 349 in the affirmative, 5 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. On the main motion of ought to pass as amended. Representative Weber is recognized to speak against the report.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So here's the thing about work requirements for Medicaid as we adopted in the amended version of this bill. Because a lot of things, not only work, but education or childcare or elder care or illness or disability all count in place of being able to work. Most people using Medicaid are already either working or otherwise qualified. The problem is, there are many problems with work requirements, but as we just adopted, the major problem is that none of these people are going to be able any longer to self-attest to their eligibility for the program. They are going to need to prove it by providing documentation repeatedly, again and again and again. We're told, but it's going to be easy. There's an app for that. Have you talked to your grandmother who's in frail health about her ability to use a smartphone, her ability to download an app, her ability to find the documentation that's necessary, and the ability to upload it to the app, and then remember to do that again and again and again? In order to try to prevent a small amount of Medicaid fraud which is perpetrated by recipients rather than large corporations, as in other examples of Medicaid fraud, the cruel effect here will be that people who are categorically qualified to receive benefits will lose their Medicaid coverage because they cannot provide the documentation. And this burden is going to fall on the frailest of our citizens, frail elders and persons with disabilities. And rest assured, they will arrive in our emergency rooms without coverage of any kind, where they must be provided with care because it's required, and that care will be uncompensated care, which will be a disaster for our already fragile healthcare institutions. Please press the red button and defeat this legislation. Thank you.
Representative Kofal is recognized to speak in support of the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So last year, Congress passed H.R. 1, better known to most of us as the One Big Beautiful Bill. And part of that was a change to Medicaid in the addition of something called community engagement requirements, also known as work requirements. Work requirements apply to the single largest group of Medicaid recipients. It's not children, it's not the elderly, it's not the disabled, it's the 36% who are able-bodied adults. The community engagement requirements are modest. They call for, at most, 80 hours per month of work, or volunteer work, or job training, or education, or care for a relative who needs care. The decision to not have a work requirement is not on the table right now. Congress has made that decision. It's our job to figure out how we want to implement that. What are the parameters? So we do have some latitude with respect to how strict we are in some of the requirements. And one such parameter is called self-attestation. So self-attestation in plain English means, trust me, I'm compliant. Given the massive fraud that was recently uncovered in Minnesota and is still being uncovered, I would assert that New Hampshire can and should do a whole lot better than that. We should signal that we are caring for taxpayers' money, that we are safeguarding Medicaid dollars for those who truly need it, and that we are implementing a program with strong integrity. Self-attestation, or the abolition of self-attestation in New Hampshire will ensure that. So this amendment does two things. First, it prohibits self-attestation. Second, it requires re-verification every 3 months. We could go as often as every month or as seldom as every 6 months. This goes every 3 months. So we're in the middle there. I would also just remind people that the member from Walpole listed a virtual who's who of people who are exempt from the work requirements. So this only applies to people who are 18 to 64. It does not apply to the medically frail. It does not apply to your grandmother who doesn't know how to use a mobile phone or an app. It does not apply to those who are disabled. It does not apply to people with children under the age of 13. It does not apply to people who need to care for a loved one who needs intensive care. So this bill is really not about whether or not we will have work requirements. Congress has said we will. The question here is, do we want to protect New Hampshire taxpayers and have a program that maintains high integrity? I urge you to vote green on ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass on Senate Bill 134. Representative Weber requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? Oh, sure. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 134. Representative Weber is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I believe that removing the ability to self-attest to the circumstances giving rise to the eligibility for Medicaid will indeed result in people in every category who are eligible for Medicaid losing their coverage because they simply cannot cope with the requirements of attestation and the documentation that goes with it, would I then push the red button to defeat this bill?
Representative Wayne McDonald is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill is mandated by the federal government under H.R. 1, and we must have a work requirement and community engagement bill in place, as must every other state by the end of this year, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that program integrity is critical to any government program in order to ensure that taxpayer dollars are spent wisely and appropriately, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill does this through such means as prohibiting self-attestation of information and the determination of eligibility on at least a quarterly basis, then, Mr. Speaker, would I press the green button and support the committee's recommendation of ought to pass with amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 134. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Of all members present, had an opportunity to vote. The House will attend to the state of the vote. 204 in the affirmative, 150 in the negative. The report's adopted.
the majority of the Committee on Judiciary, to which is referred House Bill 232 FN, an act relative to the rights of conscience for medical professionals. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation of bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Katie Pentinel for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Ms. Zoe Manos for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Manos.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to strongly oppose HB 232. Make no mistake about it, this is an anti-abortion bill. Those who want to pass this bill will say it's about a right of conscience, a healthcare provider's right of conscience. But this bill is really about allowing someone to turn a patient away from accessing abortion for whatever reason, without any explanation, without any referrals. This bill would be a new abortion restriction in New Hampshire. It allows anyone working in a healthcare facility to refuse to participate in abortion care, including the receptionist. Should a receptionist have the power to deny health care to a patient? That's what this bill would do. It would effectively deny patients access to abortion, which
the member
is...
will suspend for a minute. Unfortunately, I didn't do the amendment first, which we have to do before we actually do the speech. Just step back for a minute.
Thank you.
The question is on the amendment 2932H, printed in House Record 51, pages 59 through 60. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. You may continue, Representative. And I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I was saying, this bill will allow anyone working in a healthcare facility to refuse to participate in abortion care, including the receptionist. Should a receptionist have the power to deny health care to patients in New Hampshire? That's what this bill would do. It would effectively deny patients access to abortion, which is legal health care in this state. The bill's definition of participation in abortion care is so broad, so expansive, that refusals could include turning patients away at the door or withholding basic information, with no requirement of advance notice, referrals, or alternative support for the patient. Patients, especially in rural areas, could be left without any options or forced to travel long distances for time-sensitive care. This would result in delays or outright denials of care, even in emergency situations. HB 232 grants unilateral power to individual providers while stripping patients in healthcare institutions of any ability to ensure continuity or access to care. It ties the hands of employers who would be prohibited from managing staff, reassigning roles, or even discussing accommodations. It would impose penalties on employers for any perceived retaliatory or disciplinary action, leaving healthcare institutions unable to protect patients' access. Many of my colleagues in this chamber, as well as the governor, promised voters no new abortion restrictions in New Hampshire. But this bill allows patients, specifically those seeking abortions, to be turned away. That's an abortion restriction. We should keep our promises and vote it down. I urge a no vote on HB 232, and I request a roll call vote, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Does the member yield to questions?
No, I do
The
not.
member does not yield. Chair recognizes Representative Pentinel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Part 1, Article 4 of the New Hampshire Constitution states, "Among the natural rights, some are, in their very nature, unalienable, because no equivalent can be given or received for them. Of this kind are the rights of conscience. This right does not come from government, it precedes government. This bill supports that constitutional promise. It protects healthcare professionals from being forced to participate in the ending of a human life and allows New Hampshire to attract providers who value motherhood and family. This bill does not ban or restrict access to abortion. It simply brings New Hampshire in line with 47 other states with conscience clauses. Medicine has always been guided by the principle of do no harm. For many healthcare providers, abortion represents the deliberate taking of innocent human life, an unnatural, violent separation of unborn children from their mother. Forcing their participation is not healthcare. It is a violation of conscience. No one should have to choose between their profession and their moral integrity. Some would argue that physicians who object to participating in abortions should choose another specialty. That argument rejects moral diversity in medicine and denies women the option of physicians who affirm their dignity of value as mothers and share their worldview. This bill does not apply in emergencies and does not apply to providers and institutions where abortion is a major service. Emergency situations are also protected. Conscience protections are not hypothetical. Medical professionals have lost jobs, licenses, and careers for refusing to violate their beliefs. Rights without enforcement are meaningless. I urge you to support ought to pass as amended on House Bill 232 to expand healthcare options, honor our Constitution, and uphold human dignity, mother, and true health care for women. Thank you.
The motion before us is a majority committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 232. Representative Manos has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is a majority committee report of ought to pass as amended on House Bill 232. It's a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Manos for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that HB 232 allows anyone working in a healthcare facility, including the receptionist, to turn patients away from accessing abortion, which is legal health care in New Hampshire. And if I know that this bill prohibits employers from managing staff, leaving healthcare institutions unable to protect patient access. And if I know that many of us made a promise to voters that there would be no new abortion restrictions in New Hampshire, and this is a new abortion restriction, would I now push the red button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Alexander for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know HB 232 affirms the right of medical professionals to object to perform an abortion should they morally disagree with the procedure, and if I know this bill would bring New Hampshire in line with 47 other states and adds an exception in case of medical emergencies, And Mr. Speaker, if I know Part 1, Article 4 of the New Hampshire Constitution gives natural rights to granted staters, including the right to conscience, would I then press the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us, the Majority Committee Report of Order passes amended in House Bill 232. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative DeLemus.
If all members had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 184 voting yea, 164 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. The Majority Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred HCR 11, an act declaring the directives of the judicial branch in the Claremont cases that the legislature and the executive branches define an adequate education, adopt standards of accountability, guarantee adequate funding of a public education, are not binding on the legislative and executive branches. Having considered the same, report the same for the recommendation that the bill be re-referred to study. Representative Bob Lynn from the majority. The minority, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Joel Alexander from the minority of the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
A motion.
State your motion.
I move to table HCR 11.
That is a correct motion. So the motion before us is to table HCR 11. Are you ready for the vote? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and HCR 11 is laid on the table. Majority Committee on Judiciary, to which is referred Senate Bill 268, an act permitting classification of individuals based on biological sex under certain limited circumstances. Consider the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Christine Perez for the majority. Minority, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Eric Turer for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Turer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Babe. I got you, babe. I got you, babe. You hopefully recognize that lyric as a reference to the movie Groundhog Day. Stars actor Bill Murray, who becomes doomed to repeat the same day over and over and over again. Similarly, we have our own bill that seems to suffer the same fate. Today, it's Senate Bill 268, but it's also been House Bill 396 and House Bill 148. And there are two more coming this session, all exactly the same bill we already know so well. The thing is, in the movie, people don't particularly like Bill. Similarly, both our prior and our current Republican governors chose to veto this bill language. Here are a few quotes from their veto messages, which warned that the bills, quote, seek to solve problems that have not presented themselves, invite unnecessary discord, potentially create an exclusionary environment for some citizens, and will spur a plethora of litigation against local communities and businesses. There are many other reasons not to like this bill, which members have heard in the previous debates. This bill still relies on undefined terms, offers no lawful way to enforce them, and puts government and private actors in the position of policing people's bodies. Like Movie Bill, Senate Bill 268 and its twins discriminate, belittle, and victimize the truly most vulnerable members of the community while not doing anything to help people with the real problems they face. So he and we are stuck in this seemingly endless cycle. To continue my metaphor, the movie does have a happy ending. Movie Bill does finally get to move on, but only when he sees all the people in the town for who they really are. Real people with real feelings, real needs, who are just trying to live free and, yes, even die as best they can. Instead of belittling them, Movie Bill actually begins to help people solve real problems they struggle with. Hunger, homelessness, illness, business woes. Heck, even a flat tire caused by the bad roads. The people really love this new bill in the movie. Perhaps there's a lesson there. So for those who don't do metaphors, let me say it plainly. It's time to move on. Let's not waste more time and likely more of the governor's veto ink debating these horribly irresponsible bills that fail to meet even the most basic requirements for a valid legislative effort. If this bill becomes law, it would most likely do all of the harmful things the governor's veto messages suggested, and worse. It would cause the very problems it purports to solve, while undermining our most basic rights and privacy and autonomy. Worst, it would undermine the very protections against gender discrimination that our prior Republican governor signed into law in 2018. The lives of real people, both transgender and not, will be caught in the middle, but its impact will fall most heavily on our transgender citizens, exposing them to discrimination and personal harm without delivering any of the safety or fairness it promises to others. So I'm asking members to do what two governors understood to be the right thing, and not just do the same thing over and over again. Vote no. We'll all be better for it when the alarm clock goes off tomorrow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I ask for a roll call vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And once again, Happy New Year to all of you. I'm here for my third time with this, over and over again, and I'm proud to be doing that. I have stood here before you multiple times over the past few years to address this concern. Yes, concern for all individuals involved. This concern, I'm afraid, has been elevated to a concern of safety. This bill and others before have never been about discrimination, but more about one's rights, their dignity, and their respect of privacy. And now safety has come to the forefront. This bill does not require any entity to provide separate spaces, but allows those that choose to do so without legal ramification. Quote, this section does not mean that any public or private entity is required by state statute to separate persons based on biological sex. And this is truly not a political issue. In many ways, and with all the unnerving events that we have heard over the past few years, I once again say this is a need for safety. I, as an adult, have a right to choose to enter any place, public place. It is an option for me. I choose not to enter certain spaces, perhaps in cities that I might perceive as unsafe. Unsafe for many reasons, but mostly unsafe for me as an older woman. Again, I am an adult, so I can choose what I consider safe. But what about the children? These children that are forced to use facilities available to them. Why would a young, transitioned individual want to put themselves in a position of being harassed or even injured? Why? Is it because someone told them it was their right? Yes, perhaps, but what about their safety? What about the physical or mental ramifications of an unfortunate encounter they might suffer long-term effects of? And why should anyone be exposed to any situation that might make them completely uneasy, embarrassed, or even offended? Everyone, no matter their identity, has a right to safety and comfort. Safety in lavatory facilities, in sports, and in detention facilities, and more. Let's provide this for all, especially for the youth, and quit fighting about it. I urge you to vote green on ought to pass, and I thank you for your time, but since I know I will be asked, how would I determine biological sex? We have been able to separate the biological sexes in all civilizations since the beginning of time without having complex statutory definitions about chromosomes, genitals, or birth certificates. The exhausted demand for a definition is cynical. Trying to provide one would make the entire debate about chromosomal aberrations or altered birth certificates. We don't have a statutory definition for human beings, but the law operates just fine without one. These demands for the detailed definition of sex are just an attempt to overcomplicate things and make sex seem like a less obvious reality than it is. How would I know a person's biological sex? I have a tendency to be trusting. I would ask, and believe until I was proven wrong. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us, Majority Committee report of order passed on Senate Bill 268. Representative Tour has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. That'll be it. That'll be the last reading. That'll bring us on to 10 left, not including this. Yeah, well, there's 10 on the right. Yeah, 4 off consent. The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of order passing Senate Bill 268. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Rosner for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that, as stated earlier, this bill relies on judgment of biological sex without providing an enforceable definition or objective, non-intrusive standard for determining it, and if I know enforcement would therefore necessarily depend on appearance-based judgments, stereotypes, and evasive, inappropriate questioning, and if I know that comparable laws in other states have produced predictable outcomes of conflict, of litigation, and demonstrated little to no improvement in public safety, then, as a guy who enjoys having long hair and is often called ma'am from 10 feet away, but sir up close, I would have to vote no on this bill. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Alexander for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know 74% of Granite Staters believe we should allow school districts to have separate locker rooms and restrooms based on biological sex, and if I know by giving districts greater flexibility, we can enable them to develop policies that make the most sense for their communities, and if I know despite the governor's veto, it's important we reassert our position on this bill and this subject matter, and if I know that SB 268 eliminates an onerous state mandate, allowing for local control. And if I support local control, I'd push the green button. Thank you.
The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order passing Senate Bill 268. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Prazen.
All members had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to vote. 185 voting nay, 155 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. This is the last one before lunch. There is no debate. The Committee on Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services, to which is referred House Bill 303 FN, an act relative to requiring the Department of Labor review and adopt workers' occupational safety requirements that are similar to OSHA standards. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation the bill be referred for interim study. Senator Mike Drago for the committee. The question is on the report of referred for interim study. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. We're at lunch until 1:40.
That's okay. I can just.
We have one announcement. Everybody pay attention.
The Republican Vaccine Injury Caucus invites you to bring your lunch to room 122, and two of the CD1 candidates, Anthony DiLorenzo and Melissa Bailey, will be with us.
Committee on Legislative Administration, to which was referred House Bill 314FN, an act prohibiting the use of federal, state, or local funds for lobbying activities. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Len Turcott from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Ms. Stephanie Payer for the minority of the committee. The amendment is 3026H, printed in House Record 51, page 79 through 80. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? A division has been requested. As I've asked, members, take your seats. The House will be in order. The motion before us, a majority committee report of order pass on House Bill 314. We are going to have a division vote on the amendment, which is 30268. The chair recognizes Representative Turcott for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I believe that this amended legislation should be debated so everyone can have a good understanding of what actually is before you and what is not, and if I know that the amended version of this bill is the entire bill, would I now press the green button to approve the amended version? Thank you.
The motion before us is the majority committee report of order pass as amended on House Bill 314. The vote is on the amendment, and it is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations were open for 30 seconds. All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to stay to the vote. 176 voting yea, 160 voting nay. The committee is adopted. The amendment is adopted. Now we are on to the bill as amended. The chair recognizes Representative Magliore for.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, since 1991, there have been 26 bills
regarding lobbying and anti-lobbying in the House and in the Senate. 23 of those bills have been killed. I'm asking you to do the same with House Bill 314. It is not a good bill, and I urge you to reject the OTPA motion. 314, even as amended, poses a serious threat to the ability of municipalities and other publicly funded organizations to organize and advocate effectively for their communities. And as bad as this bill is for cities, towns, and other organizations, it is horrible for counties because there is no opt-in for counties to be able to advocate. 314 shifts the right to lobby from your communities to well-funded special interest groups. And I don't think that's what we want. We must remember that dues paid to municipal associations and publicly funded organizations are already subject to extensive oversight. Budgets are reviewed by budget committees, select boards, town and city councils, county and district commissioners, professional administrators, and ultimately residents on the ballot. This is accountability. 314 ignores efficiency and fiscal responsibility. Associations allow municipalities to pool resources, track legislation, analyze impacts, and report back to their members. Without these organizations, municipalities face two costly outcomes: diminished impact on legislation, and if local officials, your town managers, your town administrators, your road agents, your police chiefs, your fire chiefs, we could go on and on and on, are being pulled away from their responsibilities in your communities to come up here and advocate. The consequences of 314, if it passes, are clear: a weaker local voice and poorer outcomes for residents. Anyone who values free speech and the democratic process must reject this bill. Please press the red button to defeat the OTPA motion. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Flanagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, here we go again. Seems like a never-ending battle. Let's go after the New Hampshire Municipal Association because they're against our housing bills. I'm sorry, I'll repeat it. Let's go after the New Hampshire Municipal Association because they're against our housing bills, and they speak for the towns.
The member will suspend.
Certainly.
State your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I thought we've already discussed it twice that we should not be pointing out intent.
Correct.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. It was my opinion. I guess the biggest problem I have is free speech. We are an institution of speaking and dialogue. We saw yesterday when dialogue didn't work out. But also the concept of local control, the New Hampshire advantage. Sometimes we think we know better, but it's not always the case. And we could go on and on about different subdivisions and RSAs, but the reality is these people, in the case of the Municipal Association, are looking after the towns that they serve. I speak as a school board member, as actually a chairman of a school board, chaired an SAU. I also was a selectman. And one of the concerns I have about this bill is relying upon the warrant article process. And just as an example, at the town level, say they need a new fire engine for $250,000, and it's on a warrant article. And the citizens are generous enough to approve it. And if there are more than one warrant article, the natural approach, and this is from experience, is they vote them down. And I assume there'll be some shaking heads that people that work in the communities know this, is if you spend a lot of money on a previous warrant article, the smaller warrant articles, that is the joining of one of these associations, gets voted down. So I think that's a downside of this bill. The other thing, and the previous speaker mentioned it, we have multiple associations that I guess would all have to be voted in. We have the School Boards Association at the town and school level. We have police chiefs, we have fire chiefs, and I don't even know how it contemplate for the county, because there's the New Hampshire County Association. Does that mean that the legislative body has to then have a vote to allow the county association to lobby us that we're part of the county too? I'm tempted to re-refer the bill, but I believe we went through that process already. So please join me and press the red button on House Bill 314. And since nobody allowed me to ask questions, are you going to ask?
Does the member yield to questions?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the member, does the member at all find it offensive that the town feels the need to hire a lobbyist when they elect you to go represent them in Concord?
To be honest with you, Representative, no, they don't. And I'll tell you why, because they know they have a good representative, because I won by 800 votes in the last round. But the reality of the situation is, I don't know everything that's going on at town levels or school levels if it's the New Hampshire School Board Association. So by all means, I mean, feel free to vote your conscience, but I'm voting for red on 314.
Chair recognizes Representative Turcott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This will be my opportunity to clear up a lot of misinterpretations that have been stated here today and leading up to this vote. To be clear, this issue of taxpayer-funded lobbying has come up many times, even in the last few terms that I've been here. What this legislation will do will put the decision in the hands of the citizens by finding a middle ground between those that want no tax dollars used for lobbying and those who think that's a good use of tax dollars. Also, I want to make it crystal clear that the original language of HB 314 is no longer there. So anybody who's been talking to you about things in there, such as fines and civil penalties and all that, doesn't exist anymore. This is a complete repeal and replace. So let's talk about first what the bill does. The bill gives the decision to the municipality's citizens as to whether or not their tax dollars are going to be used for lobbying activities. This is local decision making. The legislation does this by utilizing the exact same process of deciding similar questions by putting it to the vote of the citizens. And I'm going to read you directly from the amendment. Quote, in a town, the question shall be placed on the warrant of an annual town meeting. In a city, the legislative body may vote to replace the question on the official ballot for any regular municipal election or by submission of the legislative body, 5% of the voters. This is a one-time process. Once a vote is taken, the issue is done unless the question is raised in the future on the ballot. This does not require separate votes of every individual department, as was previously mentioned. It's one vote for the town. Contrary to what has been stated and what you've heard, transparency and accountability are currently non-existing on this issue. The amended bill would provide that transparency. I'm going to ask, how many legislators in here know exactly how much money is spent by your municipality on lobbying organizations? I suspect the number is close to zero. How many of your city councilors or town selectmen know the number? Again, I'm going to say probably close to zero. I had no idea, and I tried, and after a really lengthy attempt to try to figure it out, I called my town administrator, who's a very bright young man, and he had the number for me very quickly. So if you want to know how much of your taxpayers go, I can only go to one group, and I want to make sure everybody's clear. I'm not picking on the NHMA, but it's an easy one to calculate. Multiply your population in your town by $1 or city, and that's how much you pay to the NHMA. So in my town, we pay just under $10,000. What's interesting about that figure is we have several warrant articles on our ballot every year that are of that amount or actually less. The other thing that the bill would do in order to make this amount transparent, it would require the taxpayer dollars dedicated to lobbying activities to be put on the municipality's annual report. Now, let's address some of the misinformation that you've read or heard, and now we'll talk about what the bill does not do. You may have heard it takes away local control. Not true, as I've already spoken to. In fact, it's the exact opposite. It gives the local decision-making to the municipality by allowing the citizens to vote on the questions. We've heard this one twice today. It restricts free speech. We've heard results in less local control, local and county government input. I'll get back to the county part at the end. And we prevent public officials and employees from testifying. Again, not true. The amended bill places no restrictions on what a municipality and its employees can say or testify to. And it doesn't restrict what their lobbyists can say or testify to. And here's the proof. This is in the amended version. Quote, "Nothing in this section shall restrict public officials or public employees from testifying before the legislature unless the individual testifying is required to register as a lobbyist." So all your town employees can still do their testifying. I think I mentioned before in the opening that the original language had penalties, fines, misdemeanor language. Again, I want to reiterate that's no longer in there. And the other thing you may have heard that this would require segregation of lobbying and non-lobbying funds. That's already in the RSAs. Nothing changes that. To the county issue. I'm going to agree that the county issue was overlooked by OLS, it was overlooked by myself and my entire committee. So once this passes and goes on to the Senate, that will be corrected when we get there. The interesting part of that is if the counties were not in it as it is right now, they wouldn't be subjected to this language. So that's something to consider. Lastly, I want to be very clear here, this is not an anti-NHMA or New Hampshire Association of Counties bill or any of those groups. That's not the issue. I spent my last term as chairman of the municipal and county government, and I worked closely with them on some things and not so closely with them on the other. The legislation is about creating the transparency and giving the citizens and the taxpayers the ability to vote on where their dollars are being spent. This is about local decision making. So I ask that you support the majority of Legi Admin Committee and ask you to press the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Been a request for a division vote. Members, take your seats. Representative Turcotte has asked for a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order passes amended under House Bill 314. This is a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative Coker for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that I don't want to limit the input of my friends and neighbors who are elected to local government, and if I know that I want them focused on local government versus coming down here and trying to keep track and testify on the 9,000 bills we filed every year, then would I now hit the red button? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hill for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know large numbers of our citizens have reported frustration at the awareness of their own tax dollars that were used by municipal officials to hire lobbyists to influence lawmaking that works against the taxpayer's best interests or desires. And, Mr. Speaker, if I know that the actual dollar amount spent on lobbying almost always exceeds the dollar amounts of other warrant articles, and a desire for transparency of all municipal spending remains strong, and these lobbying fees can often be buried deep in a budget. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I know the bill as amended does not prevent anyone from expressing their opinion or that of their organization, instead it merely asks for an open disclosure of lobbying fees and dues paid to firms that provide lobbying services, along with an affirmative vote by the persons paying the tab. Now would I push the green button? Thank you.
The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order passes amended on House Bill 314. It's a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 152 voting yea, 198 voting nay. The motion fails. For what reason does the member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I move ITL on House Bill 314. And I request a division vote.
The motion before the House is inexpedient to legislate, and a division has been requested. The motion before us now is inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 314. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 203 yeas, 147 nays. Motion passes.
Recognizes the clerk.
And I will just remind everyone that during the voting mode, you have to stay in your seats. For what reason does a member rise?
For a motion, sir.
State your motion.
Words of House Bill 232 be printed in the journal.
The microphone, can't hear you.
Thank you. That the words of House Bill 232 debate be printed into the journal.
Without objection.
Recognize the clerk, please.
Chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 46F, the chair of the House Finance Committee has waived the second committee referral of the following bills: House Bill 349, House Bill 366, House Bill 510, House Bill 186, and Senate Bill 36.
For what reason does a member rise?
To make a motion, Mr. Speaker.
State your motion.
I move that the debate on SB 268 be printed in the permanent journal.
Without objection. Majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 173, an act relative to maintaining the purpose of a petition warrant article, and consider the same, report the same, with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. So Linda France for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, or report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Elena Colby for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Colby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, HB 173 completely undermines the entire purpose of a deliberative session by prohibiting amendments to the purpose of a petition warrant article. It limits a voter's opportunity to actively engage in the democratic process through meaningful discussion and collaboration amongst community members. All warrant articles deserve the same level of respect and scrutiny that only open deliberation can provide. However, HB 173 would impose preferential framework that puts a muzzle over the mouths of citizens and strips them of the ability to fine-tune significant proposals in real time. After an election, if a petition warrant article fails to meet its legal standards and cannot be acted upon, the result will be distrust in municipal leadership, elections, and elected officials. There is also a serious risk that if a petition warrant article does pass and inadvertently compels a municipality to violate state or federal laws, the municipality could face legal liabilities, costs that will be passed on to property taxpayers who are already stretched thin enough. Deliberative sessions, similar to town meetings, are meant to promote the ideals of self-governance and ensure that ballot questions truly reflect the public's interest. Removing the ability to modify a warrant article will increase polarization and animosity among neighbors who would otherwise have found some common ground. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the ought to pass motion so another motion can be made. And Mr. Speaker, I request a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Power.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on House Bill 173. This bill is simple but important. It protects the integrity of our town meeting process, and it ensures that the voters' intent is respected when they bring forward petition warrant articles. Currently, the law is clear. No warrant article can be amended in a way that removes its subject. Yet, petitioned articles are amended at the meeting in ways that completely change their subject and purpose, effectively removing the subject. For example, many petitioned warrant articles to adopt a local tax cap have been changed to a study of a local tax cap effectively erasing the article's original intent and subject. That is not an amendment, Mr. Speaker. That's a nullification of the voter's intent. House Bill 173 simply reaffirms the law. Petitioned warrant articles must be treated the same as those placed on the warrant by the governing body and shall not be amended to remove its subject. Changes to dollar amounts or percentages are allowed, but removing the purpose of the article is not. The right of citizens to petition their local government is a cornerstone of our democracy. When voters take the time to submit a petitioned article, their voice must be heard and their intent must not be nullified by the meeting. For these reasons, I urge my fellow colleagues to support the committee recommendation of ought to pass by voting yes on House Bill 173. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Colby has asked for a division vote. Members, take your seats. This will be a division. The motion before us is a majority committee report of ought to pass on House Bill 173. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Gilman for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that currently voters can voters can debate and then vote on an amendment to any warrant article, including petitioned articles, but they cannot change the subject matter to be acted upon. And if I know that this bill would give absolute control of a petitioned warrant article's purpose to just 25 voters who signed the petition, with no debate and no vote, disenfranchising all of the voters in the room, including themselves. And if I know that a similar bill failed because a sponsor could not define the difference between subject matter and purpose, would I then press the red button to stop the passage of this discriminatory, disenfranchising, and anti-democratic process bill to this live free and die state? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Power for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that petitioned warrant articles represent the clear intent of the voters who took the time to submit them, and if I know that this bill protects that intent from being nullified at the meeting before a vote, would I now vote yes to support the committee recommendation of ought to pass and push the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us, majority committee report of ought to pass on HB 173. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Brown.
All members had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 187 voting yea, 162 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Municipal and County Government, to which was referred House Bill 348, an act relative to eligibility for local assistance, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Sly Karinsky for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. So Laurie Stavis for the minority of the committee. The committee amendment is 0154H, printed in House Record 51, page 81. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. The amendment is adopted. We are now on to pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representative Stavis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the ought to pass as amended recommendation on HB 348. This is a bill that would fundamentally change a New Hampshire law that took shape in colonial times and has been in statute for more than a century. That law is RSA 165. It's simple and it's clear, and it sets New Hampshire apart. Whenever a person in any town is poor and unable to support himself, the law says, he shall be relieved and maintained by the overseers of public welfare of such town, whether or not he has residence there. Proponents of HB 348 want to change that unequivocal shall to a may, and then further restrict that may by requiring that those applying for assistance provide proof of residency, such as car registrations, licenses, property tax receipts, and the like, the kinds of documents that those in need almost never have. Proponents also claim that requests for public assistance are draining town budgets, and mostly because people from some mythical place called another community are in need of it. But this body amended RSA 165 a few years back to accommodate that situation, adding to the statute the ability of towns to bill each other for services provided, especially when receiving towns had higher levels of public assistance because they had more resources, like hospitals, shelters, and the like. And in 2023, Governor Sununu strengthened that commitment by signing HB 110 into law, which turned what was a practice into a mandate that now requires so-called sending towns to reimburse receiving towns. Importantly, the governor made no changes to RSA 165's mandate that aid shall be provided without regard to residency. It is also the case that courts up to and including the United States Supreme Court have continually struck down laws that condition assistance on proof of residency. Those decisions have been based on the fact that such proof contravenes the right to travel and the Equal Protection Clause. But as I said before, this is an old and honorable law, a law that is part of New Hampshire's earliest history. Our forebears saw it as their duty to provide assistance to those in need, and requiring any kind of proof was nowhere in their minds. We all believe in some version of the New Hampshire advantage. RSA 165 is part and parcel of that advantage. Its genius is that it gives the overseers of the town the responsibility to provide assistance to the poor. And in that way, it reflects the values of each community while acknowledging that we are all members of the same community. HB 348 seeks to undo that sense of belonging, and with it, the quality of life New Hampshire residents have always treasured. I urge my colleagues to vote against the ought to pass as amended recommendation so that another motion may be made. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote.
Chair recognizes Representative Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that was an interesting little story we heard, but let's get a couple of things straight. First, yes, this bill does say that a person has to be a resident in a town in order to receive assistance. However, if you go out and ask people in your community, and I've done this, so I know, if you say, do you think a person should have to be a resident in order to get local assistance? Most likely they're going to say one or two things. One, they're going to say, what is local welfare? And two, they're going to say, you mean they don't? Yes, that is correct, they don't. There isn't any other form of government assistance that you don't have to have residency to get. I looked that up too. Look up SNAP, look up cash assistance. You have to have residency to be able to get that. The recent changes that were mentioned, and they said, well, this was to facilitate hospital stays, etc. That's not what that did. The fact is, towns are supposed to, according to the law, they have to make guidelines. And what was happening was, somebody may not have qualified in their town per their town's guidelines, and they would go to a neighboring town, a bigger city, and then that welfare officer is going to call up that other town and say, hey, this person is here. The problem with that is, they might have been denied in their town, so now they're going to the next one. That's why that law isn't exactly great. Additionally, you do not lose residency if you are in a hospital or if you are incarcerated. Doesn't happen. In the committee, there was a comment that you might not be able to have these documents because your house is in your spouse's name or your utilities in your spouse's name. Well, pretty much everybody I know here has a driver's license, so I don't think that really is a problem. But the most important thing here also is to keep in mind that Massachusetts and Maine both just changed their local welfare laws. Now, the People's Commonwealth of Massachusetts requires that they now have a limit on their right to shelter law. And Maine has put a limit, a monthly limit. I know for a fact that those neighboring states are telling people to come to New Hampshire because we don't have residency requirements. Additionally, they said, well, what if you can't get your documents in 3 days? That 3 days to get your documents wasn't to get the documents, it was because it was actually coordinating with the other town so that you can still have the care. Has nothing to do with the weekends or the holidays. That's why it was 3 days, was to cover the weekends and holidays. Not my words, theirs, in this little op-ed. If a person is seeking assistance from domestic violence, person doesn't show up at the welfare office at 5 o'clock on a Friday and ask for help. That's not how that works. They're going to either call 911 or they're going to call the local women's shelter. The right to travel. Nowhere in this amendment does it prohibit your right to travel. However, if your right to travel is at the expense of your local taxpayers, it's not free travel. However, the Constitution does say you have the right to bear arms, but it doesn't say that the government has to provide the firearm for you, now does it? Mr. Speaker, we held about the elderly, but let me ask you, Is it right to ask an elderly person in your community to pay for local assistance for somebody that may not even live in New Hampshire? No, it's not. It's not right. Actually, that is actually cruel. So in order to help the people that need the assistance, let's keep our local welfare what it's supposed to be, local. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The division has been called for. Member, take your seats. A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. The motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order passed as amended in House Bill 348. This is going to be a roll call. Chair recognizes Representative Colby for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know since colonial times, New Hampshire law has recognized the need to support a person who may not be able to support themselves. And if I know that the U.S. Supreme Court has ruled against laws requiring proof of residency for local emergency assistance, and that municipalities already have a statutory mechanism to recover any funds that are spent by billing the sending town, and if I believe that basic human decency compels us to oppose policies that perpetuate poverty by punishing the impoverished, would I then push the red button to ensure that a warm bed and a warm meal remain accessible to our friends and neighbors in times of crisis?
Chair recognizes Representative Power for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that House Bill 348 with amendment does not deny local assistance to eligible persons, and if I know that this bill clarifies and strengthens administration and provides emergency provisions for vulnerable populations, and finally, if I know that this bill ensures responsible use of taxpayer resources, would I now vote yes to support the committee recommendation of ought to pass with amendment and push the green button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Motion before us, Majority Committee Report of Order passed as amended in House Bill 348. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 190 voting yea, 157 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Committee on Missile county government, to which was referred House Bill 488, an act relative to eliminating conflicts of interest for municipal board and committee members. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Jim Magliore for the committee. The committee amendment is 3045H, printed in House Record 51, pages 85 through 86. Are you ready for the question on the committee amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The committee amendment is adopted. Bill's open on second reading, open to further amendment. Chair recognizes Representative Power to bring forth Amendment 0029H. It's in your seat pockets.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bipartisan floor amendment addresses an oversight in the committee amendment to House Bill 488 to allow a person to run for an incompatible office only if the term of the currently held office ends at the date of the election. Please support this correction and vote yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the Power Floor Amendment 0029H. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the Power Floor Amendment is adopted. We are now on to ought to pass as amended. And the chair recognizes Representative Guthrie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and fellow House members, I rise to ask you to overturn ought to pass as amended on House Bill 488 so that another motion may be made. Mr. Speaker, it is uncomfortable to say the least for me to ask that we consider a recommendation made by my committee and my leadership, but here we are. This bill is a change in RSA 669-7, which is a bill regarding incompatibility of offices. It's a good bill. It's been on the laws as a law in 1979, and as recent as 2014 was revived. And it pretty much is just about incompatibility of offices. You can't serve as selectman, you can't serve as school committee man at the same time, that kind of thing where elected officials couldn't serve. So for House Bill 488 is in place to make some additions and some changes in that. Housekeeping, some good things. I think some of the changes they made are very good, making sure it's both the police and the fire chief can serve as a selectman. You know, that almost, if you're in town government, almost obvious incompatible offices that the town wouldn't allow probably under any circumstances anyway. But the law's there, and it's just to safeguard what the town government is all about. And my problem with 488 as amended is one word, and that's appointed. When House Bill 488 came out, in addition to changing, adding some names or positions of incompatibility and being concerned about that, added one word, and it was in line 1B. And it is my opinion that the adding of 1B, saying that no town clerk or deputy shall hold their elected office and still serve on any other committee or commission, has resulted in a bill that is unnecessary and bad legislation. Line 1B, in addition, in adding appointed office, has resulted in causing difficulties for our local town in filling their many appointed committees and commissions. The towns will not be able to fill these important positions. It will be a serious problem for all of our towns, particularly our small towns in the North Country, where the resources who are willing to enable to serve in is limited. Although House Bill 488 held that elected officials still not hold more than one elected office, only the town clerk and deputies were appointed officials. Our town clerks and deputies in our towns are the rock that the towns are built on. To limit these officials from serving on any other appointed office just doesn't make sense. It's just unnecessary and not in the best interest of the town. Limiting use of their knowledge and experience serves no benefit in the running of our town. I think that we ought to be able to come back with a better bill. The changes that were made in House Bill 488 are not time sensitive. I think the towns are well protected, and the bill needs to be reworked. Join me in pushing the red button and not add to the problems of our town. Do no harm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Spilsbury.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of HB 488 is to delineate further limitations on incompatible offices in municipal boards and committees so as to avoid the harm to communities that can occur when opportunity for conflicts of interest and undue concentrations of power amongst too few individuals take hold. HB 488 builds on existing law found in RSA 669-7 by reframing that statute into an easy-to-read list and expanding on it. This is a successor bill to HB 1124, which this body passed unanimously in 2024, but which failed to receive due attention over the wall in the few weeks available to evaluate many House-passed bills. After retaining HB 488 for further work, the House Municipal and County Government Committee met in September for a 3.5-hour work session to refine the bill, carefully reviewed every element, line by line, and agreed to roll 19 fine-tuning changes into one bipartisan consensus amendment, which you've just adopted, co-sponsored by committee leadership and myself. Weeks later, the committee approved that amendment nearly unanimously and voted 15-1 to recommend OTPA. This bill is needed because current law insufficiently addresses various positions in municipal governance that by nature should not be held by the same person. Perhaps because dealing with public funds, perhaps because dealing with confidential information and records, perhaps because of the scope of authority, perhaps because of supervisory relationships. For example, a town employee, particularly a department head, should not also serve on the town's budget committee or advisory finance committee and participate in the decisions relating to their department's budget or their own compensation. Yet this occurs. Made aware of specific examples, the Municipal and County Governance Committee labored to delineate which specific combinations and circumstances present risks great enough to be limited. Some have suggested the bill goes beyond what's necessary, but the committee took great pains to evaluate each combination specified in the bill's language, so please defer to the expertise and judgment of the committee. And I would just comment that in the comments we heard minutes ago, the only reference was to Section 1B, which relates exclusively to town clerks and assistant town clerks. Those are the ones that were prevented from serving on other elected and appointed positions. Others have suggested that it's difficult enough to recruit volunteers to man all the positions typically found in municipal government, but I would stress that recruitment inevitably is a challenge, and that those already in office should be recruiting proactively, with or without this bill. Further, close observation teaches that recruiting is most challenging when there's a general perception that too small a group of entrenched individuals control everything. This bill will help to prevent the sort of concentrations that give rise to that impression. This is a better bill than the one this body passed unanimously last year, and it deserves your support. Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Division has been requested. Members, take your seats. The motion before us is the majority report ought to pass as amended on House Bill 488. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Guthrie for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you know, as I know, that I don't want to go back to my town clerk and tell her or her deputy that she is no longer going to be able to serve on the Heritage Committee, the Rec Committee, or any other appointed committee. The only issue, would you believe that the only issue I have with this bill is line 1B? I agree, and would you believe that in the previous sponsor speaker was very clear and very specific with what is good about the bill. My point is it needs additional work, and we should not be limiting any of our town officials from serving on appointed committees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Frock for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that strong and transparent local governments form the backbone of all communities in the Granite State, and if I know that concentrations of power among a small group of citizens and conflicts of interests, or even the appearance of a conflict of interest, diminishes the trust that we put in our local elected and appointed officials, and weakens the strength and effectiveness of our local governments. And if I know that HB 488 builds on existing law found in RSA 669:7 by reframing, expanding, and clarifying it, wouldn't I then press the green button and vote to pass HB 488 as amended? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is the committee report of what passed as amended on House Bill 488. It's a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Members have to remain in their seats.
Representative Suter. Representative Schneller. Representative Plant.
While all members had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to stay to the vote. 320 voting aye, 22 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Representative Colby has recused himself from the vote and did not participate.
The majority of the Committee on Resources, Recreation, and Development, to which was referred Senate Bill 27, FN, an act relative to dwellings over water. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Tanya Donnelly for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Suzanne Vale for the minority of the committee. The bill is on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Brown offers Amendment 0022H, which can be found in your seat pockets. Let's simmer down. Representative Vale is recognized to speak against the floor amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to honorable colleagues. I rise in opposition to Floor Amendment 0022H. The amendment resolves an ambiguity in the original bill, SB 27, by authorizing the expansion of private structures over public trust waters, which is a policy shift that is inappropriate as it sidesteps the experts who testified before us on the original bill. The amendment removes subjective terms from SB 27 and replaces them with explicit permission to add or expand exterior features. It established a quantified square footage limits, but these are not technical fixes to the bill. They are policy shifts that change DES's role and bring them outside of the scope of what they currently have in their regulatory powers. DES does not enforce building codes, and while they may currently grant egress for the properties that need this bill, they would now likely be asked and be tasked with evaluating structures on the basis of local ordinances and building codes. Historically, overwater dwellings are treated as constrained nonconformities. Maintenance is always allowed and expansion is discouraged. The amendment normalizes expansion through regulation, and it converts tolerance into entitlement. It propagates a big shift in regulatory posture for over-the-water structures. There are cumulative impacts on lakes, and right now there's never been a more obvious time to go and look and see what the drought has done to New Hampshire lakes. The cumulative impacts accelerate during times of drought, and even limited exterior additions increase over the water coverage. They increase shading and near shore activity, and they add cumulative stress across many properties. The amendment removes egress language and underscores another policy change. The amendment removes the code-required egress allowance present in the original bill. It authorizes expansion completely independent of safety and necessity. Rulemaking and fees do not answer this threshold question. DES rules and fees regulate how expansion occurs, but not whether expansion should occur at all. The amendment presumes expansion is acceptable without demonstrating environmental necessity or public benefit over the public waters, the public trust. In conclusion, while it is clear the amendment was written with goodwill in order to strengthen the state's position on the management of these properties and minimize future litigation, the amendment continues to impact the state's ability to adhere to shoreline protection provisions as it did in the original bill. I hope you will all join me in opposing this floor amendment, as you may not want to authorize new private expansion over public waters at a time when New Hampshire's lakes require conservation-first policy and restraint. Even if you feel this is good policy and you think this is the right time to act, let me assure you that there is a lot more to know about giving private property owners rights over public waters, and this matter needs to be discussed at length in the Resources, Recreation, and Development Committee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oh, and please press the red button.
Representative Richard Brown is recognized to speak to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, fellow members. I'm going to get right to the gist of what the previous speaker spoke to. I'm going to say, for instance, that we all know that the majority committee passed this bill unanimously, the original bill, 8-7, and that the committee chair is in support of this amendment. DES is in support of this amendment. They actually requested that I work with them on this amendment with the original sponsor and some of the co-sponsors on this bill, which we've done, and we've addressed all the concerns that were brought up in the original minority report. Also, that as the previous member mentioned, the Attorney General is in support of this bill as well. So with that said, I'll go straight to the concerns of the minority report. So the first item I'll talk to is that this bill was written for a single member. That's not the case. In our original meetings with DES, we asked them how many people could be impacted by this, and they didn't know the exact number. I still believe that they don't know, but in recent conversations with them, they've said that there's approximately 200 properties that they believe could be impacted by this legislation. Also, the point is that the original person that brought this bill forward to Senator Lang did so because the person had followed all the current building codes and had those approved by the local municipality at the time, but still she was cited by DES. So DES indicated at the initial meeting that they didn't know. Then they finally said that there's 200 properties. That was a concern that was brought up in the minority report and in the hearing. The next item that was brought up was that the owner or any property of any individual of any of these properties would be able to expand their living space over the public waters. When you read the amendment, it's very clear that these are accessory uses. No interior floor space is expanded. And if you read the bill, basically if you have 100 foot of frontage, then you're allowed to basically put a 100 square foot deck on the front of this property that is not in the waters, that it would be suspended directly from the structure. There'd be no ability to put columns or modify the exterior that would impact the shoreline from this modification. And also, so you know, that 100 square foot deck is less than a typical bedroom as far as the square footage. And also that this applies only to specific classes of property. Not everybody on the lake can do these changes. This is only grandfathered properties that had the right to be on the shoreline as they'd always been over time. Some of these people that have bought these properties over the years assumed that they would have normal use of these properties without knowing the complete extent of the regulations in regard to DES. And when we met with DES, one of the things that they had told us was that many of the bills that come from the State House aren't clear enough, don't have enough direct information to allow them to enforce the bills as they would like to. In other words, a clean bill for them to enforce. So these are grandfathered properties that this would apply to. And it would only apply to exterior features such as decks, balconies, stairs, roof lines, and eaves. So I wouldn't consider this a major change to the structure. And again, I said it's 100 square foot basically of deck, which is a 10 by 10 foot deck, and maybe stairs off the property to the shoreline. So again, DES has no ability to enforce building codes. That was brought up in the minority report. The amendment specifically states that all local and state building codes would be required to be met and that they would be forced by the local municipalities. So that's been taken care of as well. So this maintains and is clear that local control governs that portion. DES only governs the portion in regard to the lake. And again, DES asked for the specific floor amendment and the specific language that we put forward in this amendment. They asked for clear guardrails, and that's what's been done with the bill. So I'd respond to the final line of the minority report as well. The state should not intervene on behalf as a single homeowner. This bill was brought forward to Senator Lang as a result of a violation by the property owner. And again, they've mentioned that this could be applied to at least 200 other properties. With this amendment, this has been addressed to specifically show what's allowed and what's not allowed. I'd like to thank the Senators Lang, McConkey, and some of the fellow members of the House here who have worked with me on this amendment. Again, that was requested by DES. I'd also like to thank Representative Majori, who I contacted early on with the bill, and to get his perspective on the bill. So please vote for the minority amendment. Thank you. Majority amendment. Thank you.
Does the member yield for a question?
Yes.
You may inquire.
Thank you. Thank you to my friend and colleague from Wolfboro. I'm just confused to understand if there are balconies and rooftops and other structures that are like right over the water, does that not impair public's use of that water? How would that impact that people who maybe be swimming or on the beach?
Sure. So these properties are typically right on the shoreline. Some of them are supported by cribbing, stone walls, or foundations. But for instance, I live on Lake Winnipesaukee, and I have a 40-foot dock. It's 40 feet long, about 6 feet wide, and the sections are 6 feet wide, and the dock itself is 20 feet wide, so it's a U-dock. That encompasses about 500 square feet of footage. These encroachments would be considerably less than what that is, which every property owner has a right to do on Lake Winnipesaukee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions on the adoption of Amendment 0022H. This will be a division vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the adoption of Amendment 0022H. Representative Darby is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I knew that Senate Bill 27 was not... Thank you. If I knew that Senate Bill 27 was not perfect, but this amendment goes well beyond the intent of the original bill to maintain waterfront properties by allowing new and extended decks, roof lines, and other structures over public waterways. And Mr. Speaker, if I knew lakes in New Hampshire are held in trust for public use, but this amendment restricts public access by permitting private homes to encroach up to several hundred feet, not 100 feet, several hundred square feet over public waters, which was not requested by DES, leading to likely ecological harm. And Mr. Speaker, if I knew the amendment had not received a public hearing, and New Hampshire Lakes Organization, which represents the very lakefront property owners this bill seeks to benefit, opposes this bill, then, Mr. Speaker, would I now press the red button to vote against this amendment?
Representative Brown is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to the question about how many square foot could be... What?
You're recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
I'm having a bad day. If I know that DES came up with the proposed formula for square footage, and if I know that we have roughly 200 families that have these places on the home that are grandfathered for use at that shoreline, and if we know that this isn't any bigger impact than the typical dock on the lake, would I press the green button? Thank you.
The questions on the adoption of Amendment 0022H. This is a division vote. If you are in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 191 in the affirmative, 148 in the negative. The amendment's adopted. Motion is now ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 27. Representative Vale is recognized to speak against the report. She waves off. Representative Donnelly? Wait. Excellent. Alrighty. The question then is ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 27. You ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? No. The ayes have it and the motion's adopted. The majority of the Committee on State, Federal Relations, and Veterans Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 104 FN, an act relative to requiring an official declaration of war for the activation of the New Hampshire National Guard in a foreign state. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Christine Seibert from the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Tom Mannion for the minority of the committee. Representative Mannion is recognized to speak against the committee report. Representative Tom Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition of the committee recommendation of ITL on HB 104, the Defend the Guard Act. This bill requires Congress to formally declare war pursuant to Article 1, Section 8, Clause 11 of the United States Constitution before we will release our National Guard to Title 10 service in a foreign combat zone. It does not prevent activation for any other purpose, including the constitutionally prescribed functions in Clause 15 to execute the laws of the Union, suppress insurrection, and repel invasions. It does not stop emergency response, nor oversees training in accordance with Per-Pitch versus DOD. It is narrowly focused to force the constitutional action from Congress, who have exclusive power to declare war as intended by the founders, a function they have abandoned since 1942. War declarations have been supplanted by authorizations for use of military force as a separate component of the War Powers Resolution of 1973. Functionally, they've allowed presidents of the last 10 administrations to act unilaterally overseas, and once forces are committed, to send the tab over to Congress to be paid. This is an inversion of the founders' intent. As James Madison said, quote, "In no part of the Constitution is more wisdom to be found than in the clause which confides the question of war or peace to the legislature and not the executive department." And yet Congress has abdicated its responsibility for decades. Now, I've explained the constitutional justification for the bill, but the reason the act continues to be filed over 30 states is because of the lives lost, not just in combat. When Hurricane Katrina tore through New Orleans, a bulk of Louisiana's 256th Infantry Brigade and Mississippi's 155th Armored Brigade were deployed to Iraq with most of their equipment. Lieutenant General Blum of the National Guard Bureau cited these missing units and equipment as significantly hindering early search and rescue efforts, costing many American lives in the critical early days. This issue crops up over and over throughout the last 20 years. Shortly before Hurricane Helene ripped through Appalachia, 700 soldiers for Tennessee's 278th Armored Cavalry Regiment were deployed to the Middle East and were unavailable. Who's next? Our seacoast region with a storm surge, or our rivers flooding like those that drowned Montpelier right next door 2 years ago? And while opponents come across my committee concerned about losing refueling aircraft and use the phrase, quote, "Following the Constitution is nice in theory, but it's not necessary anymore." 2 more guardsmen were killed in action in Syria last month. Sergeants Edgar Brian Torres Tovar and Williams Nathaniel Howard of the Iowa National Guard lost their lives on December 13th in Palmyra, Syria. The number one question I saw on social media is, why is the National Guard in Syria? Why indeed? We never even passed an AUMF for Syria, let alone a declaration of war, as it died in the Senate in 2013. And yet, our men and women in uniform are still being sent there into harm's way. Defend the Guard's opponents cite the hefty fiscal note, but multiple members of Congress, including Thomas Massie, Paul Gosar, Senator Rand Paul, reaffirm it is the duty of Congress to fund each state's Guard. If the law is challenged, it will either be overturned or found constitutional. Our Guard remains ready to repel invasion, suppress insurrection, and execute the laws of the Union. Despite these assurances, I know it's impossible to reach into the hearts of everyone here, so there is a pending amendment that says it will not go into effect unless 4 other states pass it, so we won't be the first to jump. So I ask you to press the red and overturn the committee recommendation of ITL and follow through on the legacy of our very own Daniel Webster, who said, quote, "It will be the solemn duty of the state governments to protect their own authority over their own militia and to interpose between their citizens in arbitrary power." And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request a roll call vote.
Does the member yield for a question?
Yes. Yes.
You may inquire.
Thank you for taking my question. Maybe a two-part question. Do you remember last term when I spoke in favor of this very same bill? And
Yes.
follow up.
Does the member yield for a further
Yes,
question?
I do.
Do you
may
believe,
inquire.
thank you, do you believe that even though I am very anti-war as you are, I believe that I am also very, very leftist?
I would say so.
Unlike
yes.
you? Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
thank you.
Last follow-up.
Last one, please.
Thank you.
Does
Yes,
the-
last one.
Hold up.
Oh.
Very last one.
Very
'cause
last
this
one, I
is-
promise.
Because this is not how we do this. Does the member yield for a further question?
Final question, Mr. Speaker.
You may inquire one more time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for accepting my question. Do you remember last term when we were under a different presidency and I warned my party that we may experience a president at some point that we didn't like, my party, and that we would be worried about that executive power use of the National Guard?
I do remember that. This problem has, as I said, gone back decades, multiple administrations. I'm not pointing fingers at one or the other. This problem is pervasive with the Congress not doing its job.
Same, I agree, thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Wheeler is recognized to speak against the report.
(1942). Mr. Speaker, 1942 was the last time that the United States of America declared war. Since that time, the United States has gone through just about 17 different military actions, including the Bush of Vietnam, the city streets of Fallujah, including the paratroopers of Panama. I would have a hard time saying to those soldiers, those men and women who served this red, white, and blue flag, that any of those military interventions weren't a war. But because, Mr. Speaker, based off of the Constitution says very clearly that Congress shall declare war. And the Office of Budget and Management, the OMB, says that in that period of time, since 1942 till today, in 2026, the United States of America has spent close to $30 to $35 trillion on these military interventions. That's a number that can't even be comprehended. We've got money for war, but we don't have money for the poor. We don't have money for the bridges. We don't have money for anything other than the profits of these individuals who have used their patsies in the United States Congress to pass legislation such as the authorization of use of military force, to allow through these different little red tape, it's legal, but it is unconstitutional. And Mr. Speaker, as we look out at this country, where all of us at one level or another, whether we come from it from different perspectives is irrelevant. We all recognize that this country is being led by people who have been corrupted. The United States Congress isn't doing its job. And you might think, oh, it's because the Republicans haven't done their job, or oh, it's because the Democrats haven't done their job. But I am of the belief that it is simply because we are no longer following the Constitution that the founding people of this country wrote to make the republic which has lasted longer than any other in this world. And Mr. Speaker, I think if we followed Article 1 of the Constitution, the 8th section, 11th clause, which outlines very clearly that the United States Congress is the legislative body with the power to declare war, then not only would we be doing right by the soldiers, the men and women who have signed up to serve this flag, to serve us and every one of our ability to live as freely and happily as we do here in this country, but we are doing right by the world. It is not the peaceniks of the Vietnam protest era who are in support of this legislation. It is the soldiers who have fought in these military interventions, who have come to this legislature and legislatures across the country to beg them, as the body closest to the people. Every one of us here represents 3,500 people in this state. We are the closest to the citizenry of this country. And the citizenry is looking, just as we are, at a United States Congress which refuses to follow its constitutional obligations and is saying to us, as people unbought, unsold, please stand up and protest as best you can by protecting the National Guard here in this state from being activated by the federal government, which is corrupted, which has shirked its constitutional ability without an activation of war. That is the power that we have here in this body. No, we cannot make the United States Congress do its job. No, we cannot make it so that this country and the gunk that is on the machine is no longer and that it runs efficiently. But what we can do is use the power that we have here over our National Guard and where it is activated to ensure that no soldier in that guard goes to a foreign land without the United States Congress following its constitutional obligation and declaring war. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to overturn this committee recommendation because none of us should be voting against a piece of legislation or something like this because of fear of a corrupt federal government coming back in retaliation. I am not afraid of losing peas. I am not afraid of losing the federal dollars because I care most as a legislator about the spirit and life of the soldiers who are in the National Guard. And their life is not worth retaliation and fear of retaliation from the federal government. What I would say to them and those of us who are afraid of losing these federal dollars is we should stand united, pass this piece of legislation, and say to the federal government, come get us. Because this, Mr. Speaker, is something where none of us, and I've lost my book here, but Mr. Speaker, it isn't radical to say to the United States Congress that we should follow the words written in the founding documents of this country. And Mr. Speaker, that is exactly what they should do. I am asking here today for you, the membership of this body, to vote to overturn the committee recommendation on this piece of legislation, and I am asking the federal Congress of these United States of America to follow the words that it wrote on paper.
The House will be in order, and does the member yield for a question?
Anytime, always.
Thank you, Mr.
You
Speaker,
may
and thank you,
inquire.
Representative, for taking my question. I was curious if you were aware of any states that had failed to produce a fiscal note with Defend the Guard legislation.
I am not, but I am aware of all of the states that have brought forward their generals and other military officials to try and inject fear from passing this legislation.
Could I ask one follow-up?
Does the member yield for another question? Let's not make
As
this
much
a
as it
habit,
upsets
'cause-
the Speaker, I do.
Would you believe that Kansas did not produce a fiscal note with their Defend the Guard legislation?
I would have to believe that based on what you said.
Thank you.
Representative Cybers recognized to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All right, so Mr. Speaker, oh, I'm not doing a PI, I'm sorry. I almost fudged that one. Okay, so first of all, I would like to acknowledge that, you know, I think we all, for the majority of the committee, we thank everybody who serves our country. Everyone who goes to war is, it's filled with stuff that no human being should ever see. And so I just want to recognize that and say we honor everybody who has served and who has made the ultimate sacrifice so that we can live free. All right, so I want to start with, if passed, this legislation will put at risk $395 million in federal funding annually. The amount shown in the attached fiscal note, which was just addressed, $55 million conservatively, is what was included in the state and operating capital budgets. These costs include pay, allowances, and benefits for civilian/military personnel, equipment, and day-to-day operational costs, and so on. To maintain the current levels of operational capability, the state would need to replace the federal funds, for it is naive to expect that the federal government will be okay with us not living up to our end of the deal, especially when they are footing the tab. So unless there is another magic money tree that has been located, we have no choice but to reasonably expect that New Hampshire's National Guard will cease to exist, and what we see now will be dispersed accordingly to other locations outside of our state. Many in this room will remember previous preparations to decommission Ps that were reversed, largely due to New Hampshire being awarded the much sought-after KC-46 157th Air Refueling Wing Program, whose mission is to maintain well-trained, well-equipped units available for prompt mobilization during war and provide assistance during national emergencies. Partially classified as an instrument of war and despite not entering a combat zone, is specifically targeted in this bill and is just one example of how things are not always black and white. It is not that difficult for military assets and personnel to be moved to surrounding states, especially when programs like the refueler were competitively sought after in the first place. The resulting economic issues would cause a devastating ripple effect throughout local communities, including businesses and the many individuals and families who will now face uncertainty and risk being displaced. Another huge factor we simply cannot ignore is the legally binding contract signed at the time of enlistment, one between private citizens and the government. Both parties enter into and is legally binding in the eyes of the law. Upon passage, we are essentially rendering these null and void. Not only is this a dangerous precedent to set when it comes to any contract signed within the state of New Hampshire, it speaks loudly to the future legitimacy of these agreements in the eyes of the state. This is straight up overreach and meets the definition of a nanny state. It takes away personal freedoms and does not live up to the live free or die spirit. It is important to remember that people join the military for a wide variety of reasons, and many have received skills and on-the-job training, 4 years of college paid in full, and opportunities for affordable home ownership, opportunities that many would otherwise not have. On your way to the seacoast, you see the signage on the overpass from the Army that states, "We pay for your college." They do, in full, and they stay true to that promise. Lastly, the majority of the committee feels strongly that any notion of this being an anti-war piece of legislation is just not so. Strong proponents of this bill testified before us and clearly stated war is fine as long as Congress officially declares it, an exact template to which is not specified in the Constitution. It is critical to add that when a declaration of war is made, it automatically triggers many standby statutory authorities, conferring special powers on the president, being he is the commander-in-chief. Now, Congress can declare war, and when they do, the power goes to the president, which takes place through either a formal request or attached to funding approvals, to related funding approvals, which is what takes place now. The result is that this bill does nothing to address the actual issues raised of what happens after that power is handed over, nor include any accountability thereafter or prevention when it comes to repeating the mistakes of the past. Because of these reasons, the majority of the committee recommend that you support our motion with the ITL. Thank you.
Does the member yield for a question? Hello?
Yeah, sorry.
The member yields.
No, sorry.
Never mind. Alrighty. The questions on the Majority Committee report of ITL. Representative Tom Mannion requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? That is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. Questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 104. Representative Tom Mannion is recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill maintains the constitutional mission of the Guard to execute the laws of the Union, repel invasion, and suppress insurrection, and if I know that we should be upholding the duty outlined by Daniel Webster to protect our authority over our militia, and finally, if I know that we should be doing everything in our power to prevent more of our men and women from dying in undeclared wars of choice, then I would press the red button and overturn the ITL so a better motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Lloyd's recognized for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that I am also extremely concerned with National Guard deployment, especially in this current climate, and if I know that I'm worried there are large outstanding concerns in this legislation, concerns for the continuance of peace, and with that possibly 10,000 jobs, concerns for our current guards and impact to their benefits, and potentially a fiscal note of $55 million to this state, then would I press the green button to agree with the committee report of ITL? Thank you.
Questions on the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 104. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, press the green button. Opposed, press the red. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative, turn your light off, please. Representatives Davis, Maggiore, and Gilman.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 159 in the affirmative, 182 in the negative. The motion fails. Representative Tom Mannion moves ought to pass and offers Amendment 3007H, printed in House Record 51 on page 50. Would you like to speak to the amendment? Nope. Okay. No?
Sorry,
Did you change your mind? Representative Pinball, you may proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the amendment I mentioned during my my initial speech. It says that the act will not actually go into effect until 4 other states pass it. I know we're a small state. I know people are scared. I myself am confident as hell with this bill, but I think what we need to do to make sure everybody in here is happy, make sure the other side's happy, maybe the corner office is happy, we should pass this, and it will make sure that when we jump off, we're going to jump off with 4 other states in one big unison. We want reinforcements. Thank you.
House will be in order. Question is on adoption of the amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Alrighty. The amendment's adopted. The question now is ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, nay? No. The ayes have it, and the motion's adopted. And the House will be in order, please.
The majority of the Committee on State and Federal Relations, Veterans Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 256. House will be in order. An act establishing a committee to study the federal government's response to the 1967 attack on the USS Liberty. Consider the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Senator Mike Belcher for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Tom Mannion for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Mannion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 256 serves as the last chance the survivors of the USS Liberty will have to present their story on official government record to be delivered to the federal delegation for more action. Across 2 terms, my committee has heard the stories of the horrors the survivors experienced on June 6, 1967. These men each recounted events of that day from different perspectives on board, never attesting to anything they didn't personally witness, building for us an outline of events. They were consistently adamant that the Liberty was clearly marked and flying U.S. colors, even providing us with photographic proof. But due to limitations of a committee hearing, we couldn't possibly accomplish the deep dive necessary to record these veterans' experiences. What is clear to me, though, is that the federal government failed these men. On that day, support aircraft launched from 2 nearby carriers were personally recalled by Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara. The ship had to limp back to port under its own power with a torpedo hole in its side and half the crew dead or wounded. And the stories from the men about the debriefings and orders they were given following the event are haunting. To keep quiet or else. The coercion was attributed all the way back through Robert McNamara to President Johnson. Congress's only investigation concluded the attack was one of mistaken identity on behalf of our ally Israel. That investigation lasted less than a week. Investigations into a phone call or stains on a dress were given months. The attack lasted over an hour, involving aircraft and torpedo boats against a clearly marked and flagged American vessel on calm seas on a clear day. The official story does not hold up, and these men deserve better. And with that, I ask you to vote against ITL on HB 256. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Belcher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking on the USS Liberty incident for the majority of the committee, this is a tough one. I'm going to do the best I can with it. So, the attack on the USS Liberty as part of the Six-Day War in 1967 was very real. It was a withering attack, and our sailors did suffer. We had the honor of hearing from some of those men, some of the survivors, about what they went through that day and in the time thereafter. Now, the word conspiracy theory is thrown around a lot. The word disinformation is thrown around a lot. This is one of those incidents because it is an international incident with multiple actors who are very, very popular in many world events, that there is a lot of information out there from very many sources. I bet if we surveyed the room, we'd have a lot of different opinions about them. That said, whatever your opinion about what happened or didn't happen, the survivors of this event have a right to feel the way that they feel, and they have a right to question the official narrative on it. They've turned to us as a state because they felt dishonored and turned aside by the federal government. You're not going to find very many people more sympathetic than I am to the idea that when one level of government fails you, you can turn to another level. I am very on board with that concept. That said, there are some inherent problems and difficulties in trying to deal with this legislation that came before us. The simple fact of the matter is, any study or investigation has to hear from all sides and collect all available information to try to understand what happened and render any kind of determination that's going to be worthwhile. Here, we're dealing with a federal government, our federal government, over which we do not have direct authority. We don't have the authority to compel testimony. We don't have the authority to demand they produce documents that are probably classified if they even exist at this point in this older incident. We also don't have the authority to compel foreign personnel to testify or produce documents in this case. And that's a problem. That's a structural problem that prevents this particular piece of legislation from doing what those who brought it forward had hoped it might accomplish, which is a fact-finding and any sort of finality for these men. Therefore, we must unfortunately suggest that we'd have no place in undertaking a study committee or an investigation into this incident because we simply cannot. Yet we have been assured that there may be further legislative efforts in different forms coming that might be more suited to this situation. So therefore, I'd request that you support the committee and vote green. Thank you.
The motion before us is the Majority Committee report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 256. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor, aye. Say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it. The committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Transportation, to which was referred House Bill 414FN, an act prohibiting a division of motor vehicles from suspending a license on the basis of debt owed to a private entity related to the towing or storing of a motor vehicle. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Thomas Welch for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Representative Seth Miller for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Welch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I move to lay House Bill 414 on the table?
That is a proper motion. Representative Welch moves that House Bill 414 be laid on the table. Division. We have a request for a division, so this will be a division vote. The motion before us is to lay House Bill 414 on the table. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Wheeler for a parliamentary inquiry. Wait, Representative Walsh for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the questions and actually information keep coming about this topic, and actually some of that information could most likely change the recommendation from the committee. Mr. Speaker, if I also know that we have another bill assigned to us that deals with the same topic and chapter, and we don't need two bills. Third, and lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I know that putting this bill on the table keeps the topic alive, and if we need it for whatever reason, it's still there. Would I now then press the green button?
Chair recognizes Representative Wheeler for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that New Hampshire is the only state that suspends a person's license not for any violation or safety concern, but just because the state is enforcing a private business's debt that the individual had no say in, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that tow companies are doing better than fine right now, and in every other state without using the power of the government to threaten people's licenses, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that I would press the red button against tabling this bill to help regular working people instead of the preferred sweetheart tow companies of this state, then would I do just that? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 414. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. If all members had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state of the vote. 175 voting nay, 150 voting nay. House Bill 441 is laid on the table. Majority of the Committee on Transportation, to which was referred Senate Bill 150 FN, an act defining electric vehicle charging station and charging a fee for annual testing by the Division of Weights and Measures. Considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Henry Gearson for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, will report with the recommendation the bill be re-referred for interim study. Senator George Sykes from the minority of the committee. The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 150 FN. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Ways and Means, to which was deferred House Bill 660 FN Local, an act requiring historic horse racing facilities to compensate their host communities with a percentage of the revenue generated from their historic horse racing machines. We considered the same and report the same, with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative James Tierney for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, will report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Bill Ohm from the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Representative Ohm. Ohm. Chair recognizes Representative Ohm. Withdraw. Okay. Chair. Representative Tierney is waving off as well. So the motion before us is a majority of report of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 660. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. We are now on the bills removed from the consent calendar. The Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 257 FN, an act establishing the crime of criminal neglect of a child. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. Recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Bashir for the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to make a motion.
State your motion.
I move to table.
The member moves to table House Bill 257 FN. Are you ready for the question? Division has been requested. Members, take your seats. This will be a division vote. The motion before us is to lay House Bill 257 on the table. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative McFarland for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the current statute provides for the crime of knowing endangerment of a child and purposeful violation related to child endangerment, and that this bill changes the bar there from knowing endangerment to reckless endangerment, and from purposeful violation to reckless violation, and creates a scenario where activists, judges, and juries and others are going to interpret things in ways that we might not wish, would I move to table this bill so that we can look at this again later?
Chair recognizing the green chair for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I knew that a child in Sullivan County was abused by her parents, and if I knew that there was not enough, that the prosecutors in that case were not going to be able to prove that they acted purposely under the child endangerment statute, and if I knew that that child died, and they were not able to charge that individual, and if I knew that this 257 corrects that problem by reducing the mental state for child endangerment to reckless rather than purpose, I would press the red button and vote no.
The motion before us is to table House Bill 257. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Georges. Up or down, please. Thumbs up. Oh, thank you. Or down. Thank you. Whatever. Give me something.
If all members had an opportunity to vote, House will tend to state the vote. 117 voting yea, 204 voting nay. The motion fails. Now we're back to ought to pass with amendment. The amendment is 103H, printed in House Record 51 on page 78. Are you ready for the question on the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is adopted. We're now on ought to pass with amendment. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. The Committee on Election Law, to which was referred House Bill 590, an act relative to cooperative school district school board elections. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, and the recommendation of bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Ross Berry for the committee. For what reason does the member rise?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move that House Bill 590 be recommitted back to election law.
Representative Berry moves that House Bill 590 be recommitted to the committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the bill is, House Bill 590 is recommitted to the Election Law Committee. The Committee on Resources, Recreation, and Development, to which was referred House Bill 113, an act relative to OHRV operation on certain highways within the town of Windsor. Consider the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be re-referred for interim study. Representative Will Darby for the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
I'd like to make a motion, please.
State your motion.
I'd like to recommit to the committee.
Representative Colcom moves that recommit House Bill 113 to the Resources Committee. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the bill is recommitted to the Committee on Resources, Representative, and Development. The Committee on Science, Technology, and Energy, to which was referred Senate Bill 106 FN, an act relative to the participation of customer generators in net energy metering. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation the bill be re-referred for interim study. Senator Michael Vos for the committee. For what reason does a member rise?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to move indefinite postponement for Senate Bill 106. I request a division vote and would like to speak to my motion.
Representative Vos moves that we indefinitely postpone Senate Bill 106 and recognize to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My committee voted unanimously to send this vote to interim study because there were many, many unanswered questions about this bill. Subsequently, we learned that this bill has been refiled for 2026 as Senate Bill 449 by the same sponsor. It's the identical bill. That raises two important issues. One is an operational issue. If we do not indefinitely postpone Senate Bill 106, then we cannot deny hearing Senate Bill 449 later this year. That's going to take up time, both for my committee and for this body, when the bill comes before you and gets debated and then voted on. That may not be a huge issue, but it's an important one in a year when we have so many bills coming before us. The second issue is even more important in my eyes, and that is that net metering is one of the most expensive policies for supporting renewable energy in the country. In fact, many, many states are pulling back on net metering policies that they passed years ago. For example, Arizona, Hawaii, Indiana, Louisiana, Michigan, Mississippi, Utah, all those states are making major changes to their net metering policy, curtailing them. Even California, which is a famously supportive state for renewable energy, has curtailed its retail rate policy by reducing export credits by roughly 75%. What this teaches us is that this is an extremely expensive policy. And both Senate Bill 106 and Senate Bill 449 want to substantially expand net metering in New Hampshire. Now, right now, we've kept net metering costs at about less than $35 million here in New Hampshire by restricting net metering to just 1 megawatt. These two bills expand it to 5 megawatts. That could expose us to hundreds of millions of dollars in potential costs in the future. We know this because the state of Maine did this in 2022. you've heard me speak of this before from this platform, that when they raised the limit on net metering to 5 megawatts, costs skyrocketed within 2 years. And recent estimates have shown that ratepayers are now funding $250 million worth of costs for net metering in Maine. It's one of the reasons that Maine's electricity costs have gone up faster than any other state in New England and on the East Coast. So I think it's important that we indefinitely postpone this bill because it's dangerous policy. And I urge you to press the green button to support this motion of indefinitely postpone. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, everyone, for your indulgence. Last bill of the day. Let's get through this one. This bill, SB 106, has a history in the House. The last time it came through in another iteration, the last biennium, it passed the House and Senate and got to the governor's desk, and it had a flaw in the language, so it was stopped. But the bill itself, intact language, has been the same each time it's come through. What the bill actually does is allows large businesses who have huge electric bills to be able to build their own infrastructure to lower their costs and to participate in net metering so that they can put energy on the system where they are for other people to use. And that energy will be paid for by those other people on the system. The whole point of the bill is to help businesses lower their enormous energy costs. And so this bill has had a significant amount of interest on both sides of the wall for a long time. As my colleague from Epping mentioned, in our committee, we retained the bill. We weren't able to come to a consensus on our committee. It was kind of a partisan thing. But when we picked it up as a retained bill, we decided that the best disposition for it was interim study because it was only members like the member from Epping on our committee who had specific issues with the bill that he thought should be resolved before we would be able to move forward on it. The bill originated in the Senate, as is indicated by the fact that it's SB 106, and the bill has been brought again. So when the bill went on the consent calendar, it went on the consent calendar unanimous. So all of us voted interim study. The only point that we would have as a House in trying to pass indefinite postponement on this side is to make sure that the Senate vehicle is not able to go forward. And that Senate vehicle is a Republican vehicle. It has 12 sponsors, and 9 of them are Republican senators, and 1 of them is our own representative from Loudoun. So it is not a partisan bill on the other side of the wall. It is a bill that is intended for business. And I did want to give you, since I've been in the hearings over the times that the bill's been heard, an indication of some of the businesses who have come to us asking for help with this. The Balsams up in Dixville made the trip down to talk to us. Hitchner in Milford, who's a kind of a flagship, wonderful business for New Hampshire. Allied Grocers has come in asking for help with this. Stonyfield in Londonderry has asked for this. Ski New Hampshire. You know, there've just been a bunch of businesses. And then on top of that, the Business and Industry Association is in favor of this bill. And when 106 was going through our committee in regular time last year, the representative from Epping and I were both on the BIA's Energy Symposium together, and I had occasion to talk to their president and CEO, Mike Skelton, who was an advocate for this bill for businesses, and he basically thanked me for fighting for the bill and said, we are not going to know when any of these businesses decides to leave the state because we don't have policies that are really conducive to these businesses. We're not helping these businesses. So one of the arguments in our committee was, why should we help this business and not that business? And my argument was always, these large businesses are actually able to invest in this infrastructure, and they can help all those people around them, just like when municipalities put in installations, it lowers the bills for those taxpayers. So what I'm saying to you is, there is no reason to indefinitely postpone this bill, because all it does is affect a vehicle on the other side of the wall that is very much wanted and needed, and it will have negative effects because there are many business leaders, including the BIA, who are still trying to get that bill over the finish line. So I would ask you to understand why this bill was taken off of the consent calendar, and to vote against the indefinite postponement, because it gains us nothing. Business is still looking for this, and they'll be looking at us if we don't even let them have the hearing. Thanks.
One reason to member rise.
For a motion of higher priority, Mr. Speaker.
What is that? State your motion.
I move to table House Bill 106, Senate Bill 106.
That is a motion of higher. So the motion before us now is
And I ask for division vote.
is to table Senate Bill 106. All right, the motion before us now is to table Senate Bill 106. This is a division vote. Wait a minute. Oh, question? For what reason? What is?
Mr. Speaker, I have a question for the chair.
State your question.
If the tabling motion is defeated, is the the other motion that I made still a valid motion, or does it has to be remade?
That is a pending question, yes. Okay, the motion before us is to table Senate Bill 106. This is a division vote. Chair recognizes Representative Corman for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that Senate Bill 449 is identical to Senate Bill 106, and that when we had hearings on Senate Bill 106, it was supported by the Business and Industry Association, Associated Grocers of New England, the Balsams, Coca-Cola Beverages of Northeast, Ski New Hampshire, Continental Paving of Londonderry, and the Merrimack County government. And if I know that by not tabling this, we stand a chance of making it so that Senate Bill 449 is just dead in the water, thereby hurting our businesses, would I then press the green button to at least keep this bill alive?
Chair recognizes Representative Vos for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my esteemed colleague from Lebanon just pointed out, there are lots of businesses in New Hampshire. This is a PI, I'm sorry. If I know that a lot of businesses in New Hampshire are in favor of this legislation, and that their support of this legislation essentially makes them desirous of corporate welfare, would I press the red button so that we can take up the original motion of indefinitely postpone? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to table Senate Bill 106. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representatives Birch and Sullivan. Representative Murphy.
If all members had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to state of the vote. 148 voting nay, 176 voting nay. The tabling motion fails. We're back to the motion of indefinite postponement. And a division has been requested. Senator Partial requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. This will be a roll call vote. House will be in order. The motion before us is indefinite postponement for Senate Bill 106. This is going to be a roll call vote. Chair recognizes Representative McGee for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I know that indefinite postponement is going to reach across the wall and stop a bill that many people in the state who are relying on us for policies that make sense for the state to at least move forward rather than delay an entire other year when they have been waiting for some time. And if I know, I'm sorry, it's an important bill. And if I know that businesses are going to respond to what they see here today, because we already had this bill dead, we didn't have to kill it deader. And if I know that when we start talking about costs as a reason for not passing this bill or not going forward with reviewing this bill for businesses, we are ignoring the fact that these folks are going to be contributing to our local sustainable energy here in the state and creating greater reliability for everybody, and lower costs. So if I know all of that, then would I vote against the indefinite postponement because it's bad for New Hampshire?
Chair recognizes Representative Voles for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill was not good enough to pass this body this year, and the same bill is being proposed for 2026, and it's also not likely to pass this body, and if I know that this policy is a potentially dangerous one for the pocketbooks of our ratepayers, would I press the green button to indefinitely postpone Senate Bill 106? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The motion before us is to indefinitely postpone Senate Bill 106. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. All members had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to state of the vote. 172 voting yea, 152 voting nay. The indefinite postponement on Senate Bill 106. The chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to House Rule 46F, the Chair of Finance waives the second committee referral of House Bill 392.
The chair recognizes a member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for a third reading motion.
Thank you. Resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered to third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time, and when the House adjourns today, it be to meet at the call of the chair.
The question is on the third reading motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. Everybody pay attention. We have an announcement. Chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple of quick announcements for you, please. The Great Bay Community College event that was scheduled for next Friday the 16th is being postponed. An update will appear in a future calendar. Please empty your seat pockets and mailboxes in the back. Please check and make sure if any clothes are hanging up in the anteroom or otherwise in the building, please remember to remove them. And I would lastly remind the members that it is improper and unparliamentary for anybody to shout at other members, especially when they are speaking at the well. All debate is confined through the speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have unanimous consent. Representative Corman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If you're leaving the chamber, do it quietly. We are not finished our business yet.
I promise that this will be short and non-political. I rise to recognize someone, a man who grew up in orphanages and foster homes throughout Brooklyn, raising himself. Underage, enlisted in the Army in World War II, becoming a captain in the Army Air Corps. After the war, worked his way up through the lithography industry in New York, eventually owning a plant and employing 30 people. He volunteered with various police support organizations in New York. After retiring, moved to Florida and spent several years as a volunteer quartermaster at the Delray Beach Police Department, in his 80s, pulling 14-hour shifts to make sure that he could overlap with all 3 shifts of police who might need equipment. And after that, volunteered at the Criminal Justice Academy at Atlanta Community High School. This man, last month, turned 100. And I was with him that day. That was my father, B. Perry Corman. And I just want to recognize and honor him. Happy birthday, Dad. I love you.
Without consent. For-
Mr. Speaker, could we put that in the permanent journal, please?
What reason, member rise?
Could we kindly put the remarks in the permanent journal?
Without objection. Chair recognizes Budotaki.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we stand here to express our serious concern over unprecedented military actions against an independent foreign nation that risks undermining international law by forcibly removing the head of state of Venezuela. Let us be clear. This is not a defense of Nicolas Maduro. He is a dictator who is unlawfully clinging to power, and the Venezuelan people deserve democratic self-determination. But even a dictator's illegitimacy does not give the United States the legal or moral authority to forcibly depose a foreign head of state. Under international law, sitting heads of state and their immediate family members are protected by principles of sovereignty, non-intervention, and personal immunity. These rules exist to prevent powerful nations from settling political disputes through force. Violating them outside a lawful armed conflict is an act of aggression, not justice. During his campaign and afterward, President Trump presented himself as an anti-war candidate and a peacemaker. He talked a lot about it. He spoke of restraint, de-escalation, and ending endless conflicts, not opening a door to new ones. That promise mattered to many. Yet today, we hear escalating rhetoric not only about Venezuela, but also about Cuba, Colombia, Iran, Mexico, and even Greenland. Where does this end? I respectfully ask my colleagues, is this the restraint we were promised? Or are we drifting back into the same cycle of intervention and global instability that Americans have repeatedly rejected? According to Brown University's Cost of War project, US wars since 2001 have cost over $8 trillion. That is not an abstract number. It presents real choices. While trillions were spent overseas, bridges at home deteriorated. Classrooms went underfunded. Rural hospitals closed. Veterans struggled to access care. Housing became unaffordable, and families faced addiction and homelessness. Every dollar spent on war is a dollar not spent fixing what is broken here at home. Abducting or forcibly removing foreign leaders does not make Americans safer. It does not stop drugs. It does not bring stability. Instead, it weakens international law and sends a dangerous message to the world. It tells Vladimir Putin that if power justifies action, then Ukraine is a fair game. It tells China that if security excuses aggression, then Taiwan can be taken by force. And it tells authoritarian regimes everywhere that international law is optional, as long as you are strong enough. This is not deterrence. This is an invitation to global instability. America's strength has never come from acting without limits. It has come from leadership grounded in law, diplomacy, and care for our own people. We can oppose dictatorship without becoming lawless ourselves. We can pursue accountability without escalation. We can choose to invest in our own homeland rather than repeat the costly mistakes of the past. We urge this body to reject escalation and affirm that peace, international law, and rebuilding at home, not force, are the true foundations of lasting security. Thank you.
Representative Osborne moves that the House stand in recess for the purpose of the introduction of bills, enrolled bills amendments, enrolled bills reports, vacate motions, and receiving messages. Are you ready for the question? Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the House is in recess to the call of the chair.